Swisher blunts and I ain't never coming down. Bitch, you ain't no Barbie. I see you work at Arby's. Never too supersized. Hurry up, I'm starving. Gnarly, radical. On the block, I'm magical. See me at your college campus, baggy full of Adderalls. Call me if you need a fix. Call me if you need a boost. See them other chicken heads, they don't ever leave the coop. I'm in the coop cruising. I got the stolen plates, serving all the fiends over there by the Golden Gate. Gucci, Gucci, Louis, Louis, Gucci, Gucci, Louis, Louis, Gucci, Gucci, Louis, Louis. Fendi, Fendi, Prada, Fendi, Fendi, Prada, Fendi, Fendi, Prada, Gucci, Gucci, Louis, Louis, Gucci, Gucci, Louis, Louis, Gucci, Gucci, Louis, Louis, Fendi, Fendi, Prada, Fendi, Fendi, Prada, Fendi, Fendi, Prada, Gucci, Gucci, Louis, Louis, Fendi, Fendi, Prada. Them basic bitches wear that shit, so I don't even bother. Gucci, Gucci, Louis, Louis, Fendi, Fendi, Prada. Them basic bitches wear that shit, so I don't even bother. I put that on my partner, I put that on my family. Oakland City represent, address me as your majesty. Yeah, you can kiss a ring, but you can never touch the crown. I smoke a million Swisher blunts and I ain't never coming down.
Do you agree that there's no such thing as racism, sexism, homophobism, Islamophobism, deadbeat dadism, white supremacism, and all the other isms? Destiny, that's a woman's name. You were raised by your daddy and mama. That makes you half man and half woman. You are a beta. You're not a real man, beta. I just have one question for ya, beta. There's just one thing I want to know. Destiny, do you love all people? Do you really love the blacks? Destiny, do you love black people? Why can't you just answer the question? Destiny, do you love all people?
System, the company store, the paradigm of absolute control. And that's why we're just out here doing simple things, pointing out that we're meant to be in nature and be natural. And this is where we find the source that God made to transcend the New World Order. And that's why they want to try to keep us out of it.
I'm angry. I've had enough of these people. They're a bunch of Christian murderers, scum. They're on giant death factories, keeping babies alive and selling their body parts. What more do you need to know about these people? I go out and face these scum. They literally crawl out from under rocks. They have green looking skin and they run around screaming, we love Satan, we wanna eat babies. I have them on video. Hillary's in the creepy, weird, sick stuff, man. She sleeps in the same room with that creepy, weird woman whose mother wears a hood over her head. What the hell? That woman number one is ugly. Imagine how bad she smells, man. I'm told her and Obama just stink. Obama and Hillary both smell like sulfur. Literal vampire pot-bellied goblins are hobbling round, coming after us. My spirit gets close to that evil and I feel it go. We're such self-centered crap, we don't even notice hell itself rising up against us. Millions of pointed people of the very worst type, and I'm so pissed. We're gonna stab your daughter at the mall. We're gonna stab your wife, your son. We're gonna stab you with a butcher knife, and then the police chief is gonna say, we love our Somalis, we love our Muslims. Oh, they're so good, oh, they're so sweet.
I was watching Fox News as I worked out this morning.
Whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
I said certified freak. 7 days a week. Wet ass P word. Make that pullout game weak. Yeah, you effin' with some wet ass P word. Bring a bucket and a mop for this wet ass P word. Give me everything you've got for this wet ass P word. Beat it up, N word, catch a charge. Extra large and extra hard. Put this P word right in your face. Swipe your nose like a credit card. Hop on top, I wanna ride. I do a kegel while it's inside. Spit in my mouth, look in my eyes. This P word is wet, come take a dive. And continue along these lines. And it gets significantly more vulgar. Like, a lot more vulgar.
I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. My children aren't going hungry. I'll do it. I'll drink your blood. And I'm starting to think about having to eat my neighbors. You think I like size it up? I'm gonna haul him up back chain. Chop his ass up, size it up. I'm gonna haul him up back chain. Chop, 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 chop. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. I'll barbecue your ass flat. I will cook your ass up so fast, and I'll tell them, "Oh, I killed a cow out back, baby." You think Christ would eat somebody? He would never do that. I will. I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. That's why I want the globalists to know. I will eat your ass first. I swear to God, if it's the last thing I do, I'm gonna get my hands around your throat.
What rolls downstairs, a motor in pairs, rolls over your neighbor's dog? What's great for a snack and fits on your back? It's long, long, long. It's long, long. It's big, it's heavy, it's wood. It's long, long. It's better than bad, it's good. Everyone wants a long. You're gonna love it long. Come on and get your long. Everyone needs a long.
Log from Blammo.
Freaking you wet is all my
How's it going, chat? How you doing? How's it going, everybody? We got ourselves a big broadcast. Let's go. So much crazy content lined up for today. I'm excited. I hope you're excited. We're doing something different. It's a debate. Oh my God. Takes me back to my college years. Oh shit, everybody. You're gonna watch two polite Canadians face off, talking about another Canadian. It's a Canadian-centric stream. Let's go. But how you doing? It is the 18th of September. It's a Sunday. Ain't no slam today, but it'll be about the throwdown. Let's go. We got ourselves a debate with Critical Canadian, someone I was beefing with online over Keffals, and we're gonna have a chat, see if we can understand each other ever so slightly. Yeah, what else? And then we got a really big story breaking on Twitch, actually. It seems, apparently, allegedly, a Twitch streamer by the name of Sliker has been maybe taking people's money, not paying it back. So we're going to take a look at some of the clips that have been going around on LSF. That's LiveStreamFails for the normies. And, yeah, see what the heck is going on. I'm super curious. I'm definitely super interested. We got ourselves a live jelly reaction right here, so that during the debate, we have a very clear idea of how the jellies are responding to the arguments. And essentially, we're going to be asking the question, you know, how cool is it that Keffals is, you know, live streaming IRL, given the recent, like, the doxing and the swatting. So I'm excited. I think it's gonna be a good conversation. I think Critical Canadian is live as well, and so we just chilling at about 9:30. Everything should start. We got Sen Streams who will be moderating. And from what I understand, Sen and another Twitch user in the Heme orbit are going to like maybe be forming a debate crew, a regular debate show maybe. So I know that since Hippy Tippy is done, there's kind of a space that's hasn't been filled. So it does make sense for someone to try to fill it. And, you know, hopefully I can help with that and, you know, onwards and upwards. So yeah. So, the Keffals story. Oh, geez. I mean, what to say? We covered it quite a bit last couple days. I went out the other night and I went and saw Nope, which was okay. It was alright. You know, Jordan Peele is an incredible director, but this time the story was pretty mid. I found the story pretty mid. It was like an alien horror story, but I don't know, it was okay. So I'm blasting off. Let's go. I'll touch base with the fine folks. Send streams, see what's up with them. And yeah, so how's your day going? How'd you spend your weekend? Did you get into any Twitter disputes? Did you make anyone laugh? Did you see any good movies? Eat any good food? That's my favorite question to ask people. Whenever there's like that sense of like there's just like a little bit of awkwardness. Just like, I just like asking people what they did recently this week. Just tell me some good food you ate, please. Please. Like, who doesn't like, I mean, I actually have met people who are like, yeah, no, I have no answer for you. No answer whatsoever. Food? That is just energy, calories. If you're on Twitter, give me a follow or retweet, like, or whatever. Support the stream. And yeah, we got to figure out what our main take is. I'm pretty sure like the reason I phrased the question, how okay is it, is that I want to just make sure at the beginning that like both CC and I agree that it's okay. Like, how okay is it? Like, if he's gonna say not okay at all for Keffals to be streaming, like, that's gonna set quite a tone, and that'll be quite an interesting position to take. We'll see. I'm pretty sure, like, it's queen for a day. She won the war. She should be able to do, like, live her best life. Let's go. I'm going for pro freedom. I should probably get my freedom hat. Yeah, I'm gonna go get my freedom hat. One sec. It's all about the drip. That's the thing I really got to learn about, is like better drip. This hat is also like 8s. It's like so big on my head. It's like, I was so like wildly out of my element. I didn't even think about size. I forgot that hats have sizes. I haven't bought a hat in years. I need a new hat. But I think I'm gonna go pro freedom. We're the pro freedom argument over here. Keffals should be awarded with as much freedom as possible, and her freedom has been taken away from her by ne'er-do-wells, by bad people on the internet, and society is failing. And we know that society is failing because the London Police Services just updated their policy, and it turns out they're the second police agency in Ontario to do that, which I think is a great point. Like, that's new information to me. Like, it says that the police are actually, they are lagging very far behind. It's not like, you know, transgender issues or transsexual issues are like new. Been around for quite a while, since, like, I mean, Stonewall, let's go. But even further back if you want to be a historian about it. But yeah, like, I mean, it seems like the police are trying to adapt to a new situation, and they got terrible record keeping. And I think that would be a good point to make. Would be like, look, like, it's the police job, and we know it's the police job because they just updated their policy. Done. Easy. Keffals has no moral responsibility to get better at operation security, you know? So I think that's kind of my main argument. That seems pretty sane and straightforward. You know, I don't even think it particularly, like, it does add a certain edge to it, but you can strip away that we're talking about Keffals. You can strip away that we're talking about a trans streamer even, although I'd prefer not to. And the point would remain the same. It is generally the role of police to, like, to not let this stuff through. They are the bulwark, the net, if you will. And this is like an example of a, let's say, a false positive. So yeah. Sweet. So yeah, had a pretty good weekend. It's cool to hang out with friends. Got a really great book. There's a poet in the city, Tanya Evanson. Oh my god, they got 2 really crazy books. So yeah, check this out. I'm such a nerd. So this is the book I'm reading right now. It's called The Book of Wings. Huh? Tahida Tanya Evanson? Great. It's great so far. More poets should write novels. It's got this very succinct style. You see that? Just like all really short chunks. All the pieces hang together like scales. And then I cannot believe I've never read anything by Kai Chang Tom. So, Fierce Femmes and Notorious Liars, a dangerous trans girl's confabulous memoir. Let's go. This sounds so good. It's also got like, woo, sheesh, goes hard. I love it. We'll see if it's good though, you know? It all depends in the writing. Let's see what the first words are. Oh yeah, okay, no, great, so good. I can join now, Sen? Okay, wait, listen. I don't believe in safe spaces. They don't exist. I do, however, believe in dangerous stories. Ah, so good. All right, let's go. Okay, yeah, I just saw your message. Yeah, sorry about that, Zen. Okay, just gonna drop the music, kill my camera, jump on over. Oh no, the jelly reaction. Why are the jellies not reacting anymore? They're not doing their jelly thing. Okay, where's my camera? I'll be right back. I swear. Hey. Let me in. Hey, how's it going?
Hello.
Let me
AC, just take a second.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get my camera up. One sec. Yo, how's it going, Zen?
I'm doing all right. I'm hyped for this.
Yeah.
I need to get. I am, I guess, a seasoned moderator at this point, but I need to get more moderation under my belt.
Oh yeah. What kind of seasoning?
Because I'll be doing all. I think moderated like 6 or 7 debates at this point.
No, I like 10. Sorry, I was gonna make a bad joke.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Like just because we're heme orbiters, covered in olive oil.
Thank you. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
That'll be the correct seasoning.
You landed my bad setup. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm seasoning my my chicken bits with olive oil just for him.
Okay, let me just pull up my camera real quick on stream.
Yep.
It's like not having it. How about that? There we go. And so, yeah, help me explain. Are you starting like an official? Like, are you gonna try to fill the space by the vacuum left from Hippy Dippy?
That's what everyone's been saying, and I hope to get the same level of success. I was talking about it with CC a little bit, but I was saying that it's a mystery project.
Okay. Okay, so we shouldn't be talking about it.
I have like shared it with some people, and
well, you're sharing it live now, public, so I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I've shared it with a few people publicly. I'm not doing it like, oh, I like you more than CC or something, which is why I'm told you. It's just I'm doing it haphazardly.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, you would, wouldn't you, do it haphazardly?
I would.
Yeah.
You know, all filled with hypocrisy, right, CC?
Oh, fucking right you are, bud.
Hey there, CC. How's it going?
Oh, what's going on there? It's B word, right?
Yeah, be weird. It's the old spelling of weird.
Weird.
Yeah, that's how we used to spell it. Yeah.
Okay, so before we begin, I figured I need to do a coin flip. I won't be streaming, so let me shout out one of your guys' streams.
Heads.
Whoever. Okay, CC won. Let's see. It is heads. All right, CC gets the shout out. So okay. This debate, it has been. I'll give a little bit of context, and I'll let you two get into it. We first saw the instance of CC and Be Weird fighting on Twitter over Keffals.
True, based.
And then both Ice Beans and I talked about it, and we wanted to get a debate happening over this topic. And then, of course, Heem tried to steal it, but then we fought him off valiantly.
That's the best arc.
Also based.
And now we're here, and I think just to kind of agree, because I know you two talked a little bit about what the debate's going to be about, but it seems like it's centered around talking about whether it's acceptable, the behavior should Keffals be more concerned with doxing, or should she maintain what her normal behavior should be? Would you both agree to those terms?
I don't think that's quite the topic.
Is there anything else?
I worded it pretty specifically. It was like,
Okay.
how okay is it, right? Like that creates that scale of not okay at all to completely okay. How okay is it that Keffals is IRL streaming after, you know, what I called swatting and doxing? And I think crit, you're like kind of okay with that. This is your time.
Well,
This is your
okay
chance
with,
to push back.
I'm okay with the fact that she's like live streaming like I am. I don't think it's a very smart move, like from an operational security standpoint, if that's what if you're concerned about doxing and harassing, to be live streaming as you walk around the city that you fled to avoid doxing and harassing.
So yes, that does sound like the topic for today.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounded like
And
your
then
opening
I think
statement.
there were a few things that were also discussed in the thread, and if we might divert a little bit off of that, but I want to make sure that we stay on topic.
Sure.
If we want to change the topic, the person changing the topic will have to justify why we should change the topic to both of us.
Okay.
Does that sound fair?
Sure.
Okay. With that, I guess we'll do opening statements.
Well, maybe finish
Since
your
you
thought,
get the
CC.
shout out- well, I'll let, since CC gets the shout out, you get to go first. Be weird.
Oh, okay, sure. So I guess I would say that when there are bad actors in the world, people who do bad, wrong things, we should not place the onus of security on the victims. We should generally place the onus on our security apparatus, like the police. And a clear example that may be true in this case is that the London Police Services recently updated their policies concerning trans folk and also around swatting. So I think that's like a clear indication that we shouldn't be putting a huge amount of responsibility on Keffals to have really good security, just so that she can live her best life. That onus falls on police. Toronto did it good, London did it poor, and now London has fixed their policies, hopefully, and hopefully it's better. That's my opening argument.
All right.
All right. So off the bat, harassment is bad. Kiwi Farms is bad. Victimizing people is bad. However, one has the moral obligation to give advice to people that are engaging in what they believe to be self-harm. This can only be done through telling people that the action they are engaging in is unsafe and that there are actions that they can take to avoid current and future harm. This does not mean that an individual must listen to the advice being given. However, sufficient reason ought to be given when refusing to accept advice given, for which we can discuss the limitations and costs of those options in this discussion. I want to give a few things that I would do in a situation like Keffals, and I hope to hear the steps and ideas that Be Weird would have to avoid the continuous doxing, swatting, and harassing. Yeah, we can go from there. That's kind of my opening statement. So,
All right. I will let you two have a back and forth, and if I see us diverting too much, or any reason I need to jump in, if it turns into a screaming match, which I don't think you two will do. I think you two have enough reasonable ability to have a conversation that it won't turn into.
No,
yeah,
we trust
I
you,
think
we trust
I think
you.
my
That's
my
good.
first question for Be Weird is like, if somebody is continually having their house broken into, do you think it's fair to tell that person maybe they should look at getting a lock set for their door?
Well, there's
You're
a
muted,
lot. That's a
Be
pretty loaded question. So there's numerous
You
assumptions
are
going in
muted.
there.
Be weird.
Yeah, I'm muted. There's a couple of assumptions built into that. So let's just start with a more simpler premise. Like, let's start with where we agree, rather than like a question where it's like, yeah, sure, probably should lock your door, but then the big question would be, why would that person be getting robbed over and over again? And then you're asking questions about context and information and stories and all this stuff. So
Well, those are like, just hang on. Those are two separate premises, right? We can talk about
exactly.
what a person can do to protect themselves,
Yeah.
and then we can also discuss like why they're being attacked, right? Those are
exactly.
two,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so my question is like, if you have a person that is like, hey, my house is consistently being broken into, and you're like, oh, do you lock your doors at night? And they're like, no, I don't actually have any locks on my door. Would it be okay to tell that person to like go purchase a lock set for their door to at least put
Sure.
like that level of security?
Wait. That part right there, though. That's the part I actually stuck on your opening arguments. Like, who has any right to tell anyone else? Like, where are you, some rando, getting your moral authority to say to your neighbor on the street, well, golly gee, you sure should stop getting robbed because of your unlocked door? It's like, normally victims are not in control of that situation. They're being
Well,
victimized.
it's because I don't expect a person to be able to think of every idea that they need to protect themselves. So I think as like a society, we try to work together
Yeah.
to think of ways to avoid certain harms in society, right?
We don't necessarily work together. We farm it out to police. We
Well,
have allowed police to
like-
monopolize violence in order to deal with criminal behavior, which is why the neighbor calls, and you might be referring to, let's say, like community support or like a looser definition, right? Maybe here, maybe that's where we're
Well,
not
I just-
disconnecting.
So like so what you're saying is if somebody's house is consistently like every night getting broken into,
It's the police
instead of
that are
finding
messing
a
up.
lock
There's a
set-
serial robber in the
Well, like-
neighborhood.
well there is,
Stop 'em.
right? But if they like striking at different times, right, and a lock would prevent either the person from getting in or stall
Would
the
it?
person long enough for the police. Hang on, or stall the person long enough for the police to get there and apprehend them. Why wouldn't you say to that person, hey, you should put that lock set on your door? What is wrong? Like, what's wrong with that advice?
Yeah, because it's victim blaming. It's essentially saying, you're saying the responsibility for you getting harmed is on you. And the problem with that argument is that criminals necessarily are trying to get around all of your defenses. Now, they often pick soft targets, but is it really someone's fault for being a soft target? Or is it the fault of the criminal for doing a bad thing? And we should stop
Okay.
criminal. Like, that's
How do
kind
you
of where
give
we're
advice?
disconnecting.
How do you give advice to somebody?
You don't give
to
advice.
avoid. Hang on. You're not. So you shouldn't give advice if you see somebody committing like self-harm or something like that at all. You should never give advice.
If you have not been sought out for your advice, that person may not be ready to accept your opinion and may not really understand where you're coming from. It might lead to disconnect, even if it's the right information or true or good. A lot of times people learn, develop, get better operation security by changing their beliefs about their behavior. And oftentimes, operation security is an emotional thing, or your relationship with your boss, for instance, at your job can affect how good your OPSEC is. So I would just say that trying to insert yourself into a conversation, say, hey, you should be doing this. Anytime you catch yourself saying you should, probably a bad start to the probably a bad thing to be saying.
How do you give anybody prescriptions for what they should do in life?
I prefer not to. I don't like to add vices to people.
So you don't give any advice on your stream about anything regarding like anything at all.
Listen, I will speak from my perspective. If people ask me a question, sure, I will monologue. I will talk about a bunch of stuff. If someone asks me a question, I'll try to give my best answer from my perspective, what I've experienced. Prescriptions are dangerous because you got to have so much expertise, and then you have to apply that expertise to their specific situation. So it's really difficult to give out advice ad hoc unless you're Will playing as Hey Donna and you're insanely good at it.
Okay, let's say you're watching one
And
of
it's
your
a joke.
coworkers. Okay.
Yeah.
And they're gonna get up on a ladder, and that ladder is super unsafe. Okay, and you've seen in the past that people get on ladders like that,
Yeah.
have fallen over and broken their neck.
Absolutely.
Do you think you have a moral obligation to tell that person not to get on that ladder and
I think
instead
you
instruct them how to properly put up that ladder?
Probably have
even
a
if they
legal.
don't ask for it.
I think you'd actually have a legal obligation if you're your coworker.
Let's just talk moral. Just leave laws out of it. Let's just talk moral. Do you think you have a moral obligation to
Yes.
tell that person not
Well,
to get on the ladder?
but
and
let's-
give them advice on.
Let's be clear here. You started off with coworker, so I'm in a strong
Mm-hmm.
agree. But now let's move that a bit further away. Stranger? Internet stranger? If you're an internet
say
stranger, are
stranger,
you? We're not talking a ladder anymore. We're talking ideas. So now
let's keep the same.
analogy.
Let's keep the same thing. You're walking down the street. You see a stranger you've never talked to before about to
Sure.
get on a ladder that you
Yeah.
believe will fall over and they will
Mhm.
break their neck because you've seen it before.
Sure.
Do you think you have a moral obligation to go tell that person not to get on that ladder?
As a Canadian, I feel like there
No,
is.
just as a person, not as a Canadian, just as a person.
I'm speaking from where my values come from.
Okay.
As a person who identifies as a Canadian. Unfortunately, I know it's odd to take on that identity, but here I am. I do think it is good and just to help others if you think they might get harmed. Now,
Okay.
however,
do you think
let
we
me
ought to,
let me
though?
finish. With their consent. With their consent. You run over and you start grabbing at it. I'm helping you. Person at the top of the
No,
ladder
no.
doesn't know who you are, right?
But you're changing my hypothetical. I'm not
I
telling
am.
you have to go over and grab anything. I'm telling you, you see that person about to get on.
Sure.
Do you have the moral obligation to say something to them that they shouldn't get on that ladder, and that there's a better way to secure that ladder to step on it so they won't get hurt.
If you want to
Do
be,
have a moral obligation.
yeah, if you want to be really technical about it, I'd probably say no, because if you did have a moral obligation, let me finish. Only because it's such a high bar. So if you walked past it, that meant you're a bad person. You've committed a moral crime, essentially, right? But what you've left in the middle ground is actually how true it is this person's in a dangerous situation. You might be assessing from afar with your expertise, but that may not be true. As you get closer and closer and closer, your moral duty escalates, right? Because you're interested, you're showing you're going to help, and as soon as that person and you make a connection and you acquire consent, you do have a moral duty. But until you've actually started talking with that person and made that relationship actually real, you're just a stranger on the street. And we'll get into a sticky situation where someone gets harmed and a stranger who walked by who barely noticed is now in trouble? Does that make sense to you? Because that's what you mean by a moral
I honestly,
duty.
I don't believe you. I don't think you actually think this. I 100%. I think this is something to actually just like avoid like the line of logic or the line of questioning.
I just gave you an exceptionally detailed and
I
like
don't believe
an arc of moral responsibility.
Hang on. I don't think you would see a person looking to like step on a really sketchy ladder that's going to fall over and really harm them. I don't think you would sit there and do like this super moral, like, oh, well, you know, they didn't consent. Well, they didn't engage with me. No, you would go over and tell that person like, hey, maybe you should secure that ladder. I know 100% of the time you would, because I don't think you want to see that person get hurt. Right?
Okay, CC, I don't know if you're trying to misunderstand me. I'm not taking a position. I'm describing several. Does that help
Okay,
it?
well, I'm asking you to take a position.
I'm
you go tell that
yes.
person that ladder is
very
unsafe.
simply, yes.
Okay.
Okay, but however, there are gradations. Like the world is not black and white, is what I'm trying to get across to you. And so the reason I'm arguing with you over the stranger versus acquiring consent is because you're taking this analogy of physical space, a ladder, and we're going to now abstract that to the internet. But that creates a huge amount of space.
Got there. I'm just trying to find out if you see people engaging in self-harm or potential self-harm, if you have an obligation to step in and say something.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Okay, we started off with risky behavior,
starting point.
and now we're doing self-harm. Why are we talking about self-harm? I would very much prefer not to talk about self-harm, if that's possible.
It can be kind of sometimes one in the same coin, right? Stepping on a ladder that's unsafe, that's going to tip over, is both risky and could potentially lead to self-harm.
Okay, sorry.
Right, because you're inflicting that harm on yourself because you didn't take the proper steps to secure the ladder.
The words to me, self-harm, indicate someone intentionally, not accidentally.
No, sometimes self-harm is like intentional or it's like compulsive.
Could we make that clarification though? Is that okay with you if we just created that clarification that the word self-harm indicate they're doing it on purpose versus risky behavior that may lead to harm? Like that seems like a fair distinction to make, just to help with the conversation.
I think they're one and the same coin. I don't think they're as separate as you're making them out, but sure.
You don't think intention matters when it comes to harm?
Well, I think kind of self-harm can be either intentional or unintentional.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And I'm like, why don't you agree with that?
You disagreed with me. You said you wanted to correct it.
No, I'm saying let's use some terms to help us keep that distinction clear. Let's say, hey, if this term means this and that term means that, then we can move on, using those terms because we both understand self-harm means intentional and risky behavior means not intentional. That's all I'm suggesting.
Wait, risky behavior could be intentional. What do you mean?
Risky behavior, in terms of self-harm. Risky behavior.
Skydiving
drinking
is risky behavior, but that can be intentional, right?
Okay, but drinking some booze late at night is not intentionally self-harming. It's risky behavior, but I'm not intentionally trying to harm myself.
It can be if you're seeking to get like super blackout drunk. That absolutely can be intentional.
Sure, if you want to stick to the margins, but I'm talking in rules just so we can clarify some definitions to move forward with the conversation.
That's not the margins. Smoking like copious amounts of weed every day is like a form of self-harm, right? That is intentional.
Okay.
Quick.
Help us out here, San, because I'm confused with this. This is very semantics.
So
let's get to an argument.
When Be Weird hears you say self-harm, he has a very specific idea of what he is thinking in his head. And you do not have that specific thinking. So Be Weird is trying to clarify what you mean when you say self-harm. And he's suggesting that maybe using terminology that you can both agree on will be easier for the conversation.
Oh, okay. I think it could be the actions that like lead to some self-inflicted like damage, right? Whether intentional or non-intentional.
Okay,
Like your action is
let's
going
move
to
past
cause
this
you
point.
harm, whether it's intentional or not, right? It's self-harm. It's not.
This
it's
is
not,
extremely
like, it's not-
abstract. We're getting so abstract. I'm lost in the weeds. I could slip on ice, and because I walked out on a snowy day, I might have
because you didn't
intended
assault your sidewalk. Yeah, that's like that would be like a weird form of self-harm. Yeah.
But then all
That's still
accidents,
self-harm, though, because you didn't.
all
you didn't take
accidents are
steps to, like-
self-harm.
Not all accidents, right? If
Well, by
somebody
your
runs you over
definition.
with a car, that's not self-harm, right? Somebody else inflicted that harm on you.
Oh, but you could have done X, Y, or Z to improve your security. Why didn't you actually?
Yeah,
you
you
see,
probably could have. There's still issue like.
do you not see the moving goalpost in your argument?
No.
You're saying like
no.
the onus to improve your security is on the person getting harmed, and when I have an accident, even if it's slipping on ice, I am somehow intentionally doing it to myself. Like I'm really
When you
confused
use
here.
self-harm, do you mean like self-harm isn't like you're hurting yourself on purpose?
That's exactly what I said. That is quite literally the definition I offered. Yeah.
I would argue that's a little bit different, but I understand.
Sure.
I understand.
We
The
might have
context
a-
you're using it in.
Yeah. This is going to happen, right? We might have different keywords in our brain or whatever. So let's try to get back to the latter example.
Okay.
Because it was a nice clear thing. Let's say we both have, and it's a clear example. Let's take a nice clear. The person walking by does see the person, does recognize they're going to get hurt, does have the expertise. Okay. Sure. All right. Maybe they have some moral obligation to go help that person. That doesn't seem like a crazy assessment. Where do you want to go from there?
Okay, so you would go tell the person on the ladder that hey, you're doing something unsafe.
Hey, can I help you? And the person says, yeah, please. And then you hold the bottom of the ladder, right? And the person says, oh, thanks. I really needed your help. Okay. So where
Hang
do we
on.
go from there?
We
both agree on
If
this.
you're talking about consent, like you just going and touching the ladder is like way above what my example even is, right? We haven't even got
I
to
know.
like what action you could take to help the person. We're just talking about like speaking out, right?
Well, I suggested the most
action of actually
obvious.
helping the person, like
the
physically
application of
helping the person
expertise.
might be different.
Okay. Well, if you want to stop there and
No, I actually do. I'm actually kind of curious why
Sure.
consent for advice is so important to you.
Just because it helps distinguish between strangers and people engaging in this scenario, right? Because in the real world, it's not person A and person B all alone in their own vacuum. It's a city, and there's a lot of people milling around, and maybe only one person sees it, sort of, kinda. And you were using really strong language, like high bar shit, like moral duty. And it's like, come on, man, some people are walking by and all sorts of risky behaviors happening, and they just not that aware of it or partially aware of it, or see, like people walk by and
I
see.
think if you see it, and I think if you see it at that point, and you know better, and you know that's a risky behavior, I think you ought to speak out.
Okay,
Like, you
so
have a
every
moral obligation
person,
to speak out.
every person that has walked past a homeless person on the city that is sleeping outside has a moral duty to help that individual. That is the bar you're setting. I just want to make you very
to the
aware.
best of their ability. Yeah, of course.
But do you understand that most people don't behave that way?
Yeah,
and that
and
you're
I agree. And most people are pretty shitty.
So you've set a moral bar that is not in relationship to the real world. Is it a reasonable moral bar you've set?
I set a moral bar that I
Lower
expect
than
people
moral?
to be better than they are right now.
Generally, in our society, our moral responsibilities are spread across the society itself. Liberalism, we help our homeless situation with large-scale policies because it's systemic issues. So we might be talking about two different things here, right? With the latter example, it's an individual to individual. It's pretty clear, moral responsibility. But maybe with the systemic one, the homeless, maybe I gave a bad example. Yo, thanks for the follow. So maybe that's a problem that's going on right now. It's just that systemic issues, the moral responsibility gets all kind of junky. Let's try to stick to a one-to-one example. Because I'm still stuck on, like, who are you? Who are you to offer your advice? That's the part I get stuck on. Most people seek expertise
I'm a person
out.
existing in society, having to exist with people that if they're sucking up police resources because they're constantly getting doxxed and they refuse to take any steps to mitigate that, where it's pulling resources from people that might otherwise need it when somebody else could take the steps to protect themselves, I think you have a duty to speak out, to ensure that like the resources are properly used
Against the police.
and are wasted the least amount in society.
Correct, which is why the London Police Services updated their policy, because they are the gateway through which all
I think
crime gets addressed.
No, but they're not going to catch all crime. You're going to have a
course
certain
not.
level of personal responsibility, right? That's why we
Sure.
take steps to mitigate it, right? That's why
Sure.
we don't
Okay.
allow people to drink and drive, we
Personal
try to lock our
responsibility.
doors,
My
right?
responsibility.
Yeah, you always have a level. You always have a level of personal
Cool.
responsibility. Absolutely.
But I'm just saying, who asked? That's all I'm saying to you. You're like,
don't-
I can
who
go
asked you
around
to
giving
come in and
my.
defend the position that what she's doing is okay or everything's hunky dory.
Why not? She's queen for a day.
Well,
she
why
took
not
down.
for me? Why
She
can't
took.
I give advice? Tell me why I can't. What's wrong with me trying to give advice to somebody that I see somebody
Yeah,
that's doing something wrong that they could otherwise do
Sure.
better?
So the reason that we started engaging in this conversation, the part that really aggravated me, and excuse me for being aggravated,
I don't care.
I do.
Okay.
That's as much for me as it is for you.
Okay.
The reason I took issue was that I thought maybe there was some victim blaming going on. That
Okay. Hang on. Can we stop there? Sorry.
Yeah.
What is the difference between victim blaming and giving people advice? Just real quick.
Usually I feel like the I want to say like the time when someone's when someone's recently victimized, they're traumatized. They're not necessarily receptive to outside opinion about how they should be doing X, Y, or Z, right? Because they just got
How long
hurt.
after can you start to give advice?
That's
What's the
often
window?
often the victim decides. Almost always in every situation. I've never heard of anyone ever deciding other than the victim when they can start taking advice. This is why it's a hard issue for the medical establishment to try to like, you got to take people where they are.
Okay. Let's go back to the house example where the person doesn't lock their doors, right? And it's been happening night after night. Let's say it happens that
Sorry
night
for
again.
ignoring
It's
chat.
morning time, and you come to that person. You say, "Hey, maybe you should put on some locks on your door so that you can avoid this like harm tonight." Do you think that's an appropriate time to tell that person maybe go get a lock set?
Say
And
that
even
just-
maybe
it depends.
recommend the lock set to them.
Well, it depends who you are. If you are their
Well, no,
coworker,
let's
if
stick
you're
with the
your
scenario.
friend, if
When
your
would be the
family.
appropriate time? When would be the appropriate time to tell that person to go get a lock set? If
So-
they're getting victimized every night.
Okay, let's slow down. The part that matters is the relationship you have with the victim.
Yeah, I don't.
Do
I
you agree
totally
with that?
disagree.
Why do you
No,
disagree with
totally
that? Do you, when I
Because
take
I don't want
advice,
to see people get harmed when I could give them advice to not get harmed.
let me ask you, have you ever had someone give you advice that you turned down? And
Yeah,
the
but
reason,
at least I still listen. I listen to their advice though. Still,
and if they tried to give you advice again, what did you think of that person?
I still listen to them because I thought that it's not every piece of advice might be situational, right? If you're going to say that like the situation the person
Yeah.
is in is going to determine when you give advice, the advice that the person is going to give might be situational and might be something that you've considered afterwards after experiencing something different.
Okay, but let me rephrase just so you understand my question.
Okay.
You heard their advice, and they're giving it to you again.
Mm-hmm.
What is your opinion of the person who is giving you advice you have already once rejected? What do you think of that person?
Is trying to like. I think that person cares about me because they're trying to give me a piece of advice that they think would really actually benefit my life. Why else would they give me the same piece of advice?
Now, let's take it another step further. What if I
hang on? No, stop. What do you think of that person?
I think if someone gave me advice and I told them, hey, thanks for the advice. It doesn't really work because of X, Y, Z, and then a week passes and they come back and they give me
the same thing happens. No, and the same.
Let me
thing
finish.
happens to you
Do you want
again,
to?
And they give you the same piece of advice. What would
Do you
think of
want
that
me to
person?
give my opinion, or are you gonna talk over me?
Well, I don't know.
Ask
I
my
haven't
opinion.
consented for it yet, so.
You're on a stream you consented to, so
I know. I'm
big
just
L,
fucking
big L,
memeing still.
big L. Okay, so
You're uninterrupted. What's your answer?
oh yeah, whatever. Just keep to one situation at a time.
Mm-hmm.
I was traumatized. I feel like a victim. Somebody comes in and says, here is some advice. Okay? If it's a mother, of course I'm listening. If it's a stranger, why do I care? I want to understand if you agree with that or not. If people actually assign value to the advice they get based on how close that person is to them. I just want to see if you understand that, like if you agree with me on that, because that's a pretty basic
Let's say
point.
you take. Not really. I think if you have a mother and a stranger and they give you the same piece of advice, I think if it's just the personal connection that is like making you decide between those same pieces of advice, I think that's a little strange because they're both good pieces of advice, right? All you're doing is putting like a weird weight on the fact that you know the person, even though if both pieces of advice are the same, right? You should ideally listen to it no matter who it comes from.
I
Because it's
tend
still
to
good advice. Good advice is not subjective to the person giving it.
that word "good" is doing so much heavy lifting. I'm surprised.
Do you think people want to give bad advice to people? Or do you think most people seek to like give good advice on issues that people are having?
Do you think that? Well, let me answer the question instead of responding with the question, just to, further the conversation. I think that everybody's trying to give good advice, but
Okay,
let me finish. Not all good. Everyone's trying to give good advice, but not all advice is good. Yeah.
I agree.
Okay.
Yes.
So
But
when advice is not good, it is therefore bad, and therefore people
Okay.
give bad advice.
Okay, if a stranger and your mother give you the same piece of advice, are they equal pieces of advice, or is one better because it's your mom giving it to you?
If I have grown up and I love and trust my mother, her advice is so much more valuable to me because I know and trust her, because I know where her
even if-
expertise comes from. It doesn't matter if it's the
even
exact same words on the page.
Yeah,
Live,
that's-
laugh,
I think
love.
That's the issue.
Live,
I think
laugh,
that's
love
the
for
issue,
my
is you
mother
put-
means
you
something
put
different.
Yeah, but you put more weight on who's giving you the advice.
Yeah, of course.
Right? Versus like, yeah, I totally disagree. Good advice is
Oh, yeah?
totally removed from who's giving it to you.
Well, see, the
Okay,
problem.
if I tell you, hey, you should eat a well, healthy, balanced diet, okay, and then your mom comes to you and says, hey, you should eat a healthy, well balanced diet, whose advice is better?
The person I trust more. Why is that such a
But they're
hard
the
thing
same
for you to
piece of
grasp?
advice.
No, they're
This
not.
This is like
No, they're
no,
not.
This is like
No, they're
what's
not.
heavier, a pound of feathers or a pound of bricks?
Okay, let me
That is
can I
that
give you
question.
can I explain why we have a disagreement?
Yeah, for sure.
Advice comes from expertise. It doesn't just fall out
but
from
no,
the
no, 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 no.
ether.
But
It comes from
the-
expertise. It comes from a
But
source
it's
of
the
knowledge and
advice.
wisdom.
It's the thing being said that we're addressing, right?
Right.
What we're addressing is not who is telling us to eat a well-balanced diet. The thing we're addressing and assessing is the advice of eating a well-balanced diet.
Hey, I want to ask you, what's the
Right?
difference between giving advice and concern trolling?
I honestly don't know. That's not something I've thought about. I should probably think about it.
Okay, because in my opinion, if you repeatedly give people advice and they aren't there for it, you concern trolling. And that's a really good point from Potato Band Plug in my chat. I'm sorry. If you keep bringing up an issue...
Okay, what's
Sen-
hey,
sorry,
so you're
sorry,
saying
Sen.
the repeated giving of advice is concern trolling? So if your mom gives you the same advice every year that you should be looking to lose weight so it doesn't put pressure on your heart, do you think that's concern trolling? If you keep ignoring that advice?
That can often lead to a frayed trusted relationship. It might.
So your mom comes to you every year and says, I noticed you're like 100 pounds overweight. I'm really concerned about your weight. I think it's putting a lot of stress on your internal organs and heart. And you disregard that advice. You would say that your mom is concern trolling. I want to hear you say your mom is concern trolling at that point.
I have a very amazing relationship with my mother.
No, I want to hear you say that if your mom was to
Can
do
you
that,
let
she'd
me
be concern
respond?
trolling. No,
Let me respond.
I want you to respond to my
In my
question. Would you be
way,
concern
not how
trolling?
you want me to respond. Do you understand that?
No, I don't actually. I'm probably
Clearly.
autistic, so go ahead.
So, I have a lovely relationship with my mother. I love her. Not all people have such a lovely relationship with their mothers. The same advice repeated might be interpreted differently. If my mother came with me to that advice, my only interpretation would be my mother's getting really concerned for my health. But not all people have such a healthy relationship. In unhealthy
Okay,
relationships,
so it's not just the amount that somebody gives you that advice, on whether the person
Context
disregards
matters.
it. It's based totally off the relationship then.
yeah, of course.
It's not about how
what I'm
repeatedly the
saying.
person gives you. No, but it's not repeatedly. Then like everybody that gives advice on the internet is concern trolling because there's no actual relationship there.
If they're repeating it, sorry, Sen, go ahead.
Muted? I don't think I'm muted. Okay. I want to jump in here and add one thing, and I think that's increasing to the level of communication that's not happening here.
Sure.
CC, when you say good advice, what
Mm-hmm.
good is that enhancing? What part of the advice is being enhanced by good? Is it
Great
whether
question.
you'll listen to it or the quality of the advice?
It's the quality of the outcome that the person is going to receive, right?
Whoa, that's a bunch
That's
of
what I
steps.
thought.
That's a bunch
Okay.
of steps, though. So,
What?
okay, you go to a chiropractor and they give you good
Yeah.
advice, and you end up with a
Yes.
broken spine. Was that good advice?
What good advice do you think that a chiropractor would give to you, but you would end up with a broken spine?
Chiropractic is a pseudoscience, and therefore you cannot get good advice.
What piece of advice do you think that the chiropractor would think is good, but would lead to a broken spine?
Have you not watched any videos of chiropractors doing their thing? They harm people actively. It is a very odd and unusual industry.
He's asking.
But that's not good advice, though. If somebody's like, yeah, the good advice is I'm gonna snap your neck, that's not good advice.
But
That's
you
bad
define it as the outcome.
No, because
You
I said it
defined
would
it
lead
as
to
the
the
outcome.
better outcomes of somebody's life. Making somebody a quadriplegic is not a good outcome for their life.
But they
That's
don't know
by
that's
definition
what's
not good advice.
I know, but they don't know that this is happening to them. They're being duped. Do you not see that problem?
Yes, but the advice is not good.
I understand that.
Because
And
it
the
is leading to it. It doesn't contradict what I said.
But
It
here,
doesn't.
but here's why I can say it's bad and you cannot. I am saying very clearly,
okay.
advice comes from expertise, and expertise comes from
Okay.
expertise
By
comes.
definition, then the chiropractor saying that he's going to crack your back is a good advice in your opinion and bad advice in mine, because that is an expert of the spine, right? He is claiming.
No, he's
himself as an
not though.
expert.
That's
He
my
is.
point.
Hang on, but
It's
he
a
is.
pseudoscience.
would
He's
claim-
not an
hang on.
expert.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He would claim himself that he is an expert of the spine, and the advice
Claim.
that he is giving you is good advice, right? And in your frame view, it would be good advice because he is an expert giving you the best advice based on his opinion. Whereas in mine, when I say no, it's only good advice is when it leads to better outcomes in your life, and him giving you the advice that he's going to snap your spine in half is bad advice because it's leading to a bad outcome in your life.
I feel like I want to tell you a Buddhist koan to kind of
Yeah, go
push
ahead.
this forward. Okay, this might be a bit of a change of pace, but here we go. I'll make it short. Father and son are on a farm, and one day the horse runs away, and they need that horse to work the farm. And the son gets sad, and the father says, and he says, "This is terrible." And the father says, "Is that so?" The son goes and gets the horse and brings back a second one. And he says, "This is such a good day." And the father says, "Is that so?" The next day, the young lad is trying to break in the new stallion, and he falls off and he breaks his leg. And he says, "Dad, this is such a bad day." And his father says, "Is that so?" The next day, the army comes and they say they're looking for young men to join the war. But they can't subscribe the young man because his leg is broken. And the young man says, "I am saved." And the old man says, "Is that so?" Do you see my point?
Yeah, the thing is like bad outcomes can lead to good things, but the breaking your leg is still a bad thing, right? Because it could cause other bad things down the road, right? It could be that, yeah, today he didn't go out to war, but tomorrow he gets a staph infection that ends up removing 3/4 of his leg all the way up to his hip.
You can run all across the world with... Let me finish. Let me please respond. You are monologuing at this point.
You gave me a quote. I let you fucking ramble. Let me talk. The point of that story is
A
you have to
koan.
assess the situation. Hang on, you have to assess the situations as they come to you, right? As the situations change, as life changes, the
Yes.
outcomes that you're experiencing in life, although they might seem grim on one hand, might have positive outcomes later down the road. However, that doesn't mean that from that positive outcome, other positive outcomes are going to stem. You have to take it day by day and situation by situation.
Yes.
That's the point of that story.
I think that, well, I mean, there's a lot of points to that story. It's not a single one. But let me just try to make my point more clearly and not an allegory. I'm saying you or I do not have an ability to say what is objectively true about what is a good outcome or a bad
So how
outcome.
do you-
We can
So
generally...
how do you get to say then? How do you get to say that the outcome she's engaging in is good right now?
Because I can see that a lot of people are expressing joy, and to me, specifically saying, we do not feel afraid of Kiwi Farms now. Kiwi Farms is down. This is a scary
Kiwi
place.
Farms is not down.
It is
Okay.
significantly reduced in power. Would you agree?
Not really.
Oh,
you
come
still get people
on.
visiting it quite a bit. So
Yes, but has it been? Is it going up or is it going down?
I don't know. I haven't looked at it. Have you looked at the stats of it going up and down? Have you checked the site traffic of it?
I trust journalists who have widely reported.
Oh my, so that's a no. That's a no, by the way. So you're in the exact same position I am. We have no idea how much it's gone up and down. It is still on the website, right? Not to mention.
You
not
mean
to
you
mention
don't
the
trust
fact- hang on.
journalists? You don't trust news? You
There-
read the
there are
news
some
and go,
journalists that I do not trust. Yes, there are some journalists that I do not
Sure,
trust reporting
sure.
of. Yes,
But if it's
And I
widely
guarantee there are
reported,
some, hang on. I guarantee there are some journalists that you don't trust the reporting on either.
yeah, of course. But what I'm trying to say to you, if like 5 journalists are all saying one thing and no journalists are saying the opposite, generally we agree that that's the story. And people who disagree have the requirement to provide some evidence it's not true. If I go to the news story, they got a bunch of evidence that their sites are down. I didn't personally go to Cloudflare and see, like whatever.
Well, you should. If you want to make the claim that the site traffic has gone down, right?
Okay, I'll do it right now. I'll do it right now. You're really actually forcing me to cite the source.
No, hang on. Go see it, because it's not where it's coming from. It's the site itself. Go check if the site traffic.
I'm
for
not
Kiwi
going.
Farms
I'm not
specifically.
I'm not literally going to go to that site.
Then
Are you
don't
insane?
fucking make the claim. Well, then no, don't. It's not about going to the site. It's seeing how much site traffic.
I feel
it
like
has
you
had.
reject expertise just like out of pocket. Like I'm really confused where
no.
you're coming from. Chiropractors are experts, but not journalists somehow.
Link the news article, and we can read the whole fucking thing that says that Kiwi's farm site traffic has slowed.
Okay, if that's the claim you're most concerned about citing, let's see.
No. That's what you said, is that Kiwi Farms itself has had a massive reduction. Don't go sure. That was your claim. We're going down
you know what?
your
Oh,
road.
the reason why I'm having this tone is because we covered this in DMs, and I specifically cited Cloudflare's own statement that they had dropped Kiwi Farms from their services, which leads one to assume.
Believe it or not,
I'm
other
sorry I
services
assumed.
can pick up the Kiwi Farms, and people can still access it to the same degree.
The reason why I'm struggling with this is because you're asking for such an odd citation on such a curious issue. Like, it's like, who cares? Let's say Kiwi Farms went up.
I care.
What changes in our
I
conversation?
care, and this is something I want to talk about.
Okay, sure. All right. Well, what source do you think would be best for us to accumulate data on the Kiwi sites?
Give you one you trust. No, give one you trust. This is your claim.
I
that
did.
You have made your mind up with.
I did,
Yeah,
and
do you want to read that one? Do you want? I can go pull it up right now. We can read.
Okay, sure. We'll read the Cloudflare statement that I cited to you, because that was a very clear statement that they had dropped them, which leads one to conclude that their services are going down temporarily.
Both of these things can be true. That Cloudflare has dropped them, but that Kiwi Farms has been picked up by another one, and they are still as active as they were before. Do you
Prove
realize
that.
both of those things can be true?
Well, my claim I can
still-
back
it's
up,
still
but your
active.
claim you
People are
cannot.
still going on it.
You're
People are
using
still
a
going on it.
hypothetical. You're
No,
if
I'm not.
look, buddy.
People are still going on it.
Okay, I'm not saying no one's on it. I'm saying traffic likely went down since Cloudflare blocked them. Do you not? If you disagree with that, I don't know why. It's such an odd thing to disagree with. It's like saying, they lost their infrastructure. Their traffic must have went up. Like, I don't know where you're coming from.
I didn't say that their traffic went up. If anything, I'm saying that their traffic has probably remained fairly stable.
Okay, cool. If that's your claim, we both can't back up our claims. That's all I'm trying to say, right? We both can't actually pull up their sites. That's often internal information. I don't know who tracks that stuff. My source is Cloudflare, which is a DNS service, which is how we use news and information is all about inference and making educated guesses that other people believe pass the mustard.
So since Kiwi Farms is not off the internet, you're still able to access it from certain places. Is it fair to say that she was unsuccessful at getting it removed from the internet?
I mean, sure.
Okay.
She didn't bring it down to 0, but she probably brought it down from where it was. And I think that's a good day for the internet. The thing I'm confused about is,
it's not gone.
Why aren't you celebrating that one of the worst parts on the internet is effectively being bullied out of this space, and you're more concerned about the bullying? I'm confused about that.
Well, I am.
Explain that
I
to
am,
me.
because that's really scary. It's really
Yeah,
scary that you
not
large
Kiwi
group of
Farms
people-
isn't scary. Not Kiwi Farms.
No. Hang
Don't
on,
worry about
stop.
them.
You need to remove yourself from the actual Kiwi Farms itself. Do you think we as a society should have the ability to bully any website off the internet like that?
It depends what society you're in. What are you talking about? The internet's different depending on.
Do you think we should be able to bully domain hosters to remove websites from the internet? Do you think that is a power that society should hold?
Can we define the word bully?
You have campaigns to get websites dropped.
If I bully a fascist,
Whether it's through constant mentions, quote tweeting,
Yeah.
like letter campaigns,
Yeah.
any of that shit
It does-
aggressively.
My question to you is to help answer this question. Does it matter who is the recipient of the bullying? To you, is it all bullying is wrong?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, cool. So I would
Yes.
say
if you are the instigator of the bullying, yes, that is wrong.
Okay, cool. So if you're responding to bullying, then you're a defender?
If you are defending yourself,
Cool.
but you have to realize that when hang on, stop. When you are defending yourself, there is a use of force wheel, right? That you should be matching the person's aggression.
Energy. Okay,
right?
sure.
If you come to me and you go,
Mhm.
you know, CC, you're looking a little fat today, and then I go, yeah, well, I fucked your mom's dead corpse. That's not a fair.
I'm on YouTube right now. Can you not say stuff like that, please?
Oh, I'd be more concerned if you were on Twitch. But anyway, sorry.
Bruh,
That's
I am on
not
Twitch right now.
That's not a fair level of aggression.
Okay, so you're talking about like escalation. That's fair. So when Kiwi Farms has allegedly been linked to the unaliving of 3 trans folk, do you think that people can respond to that to defend a community that is clearly under assault? They're trying to match their energy, but they can't match that high. They don't want to actually harm people, so they're going to do the next
Why?
best thing, which is get them off the internet. Sounds good to me. Deplatform people who are trying to get other people offed. That seems fair.
But it obviously doesn't work. It obviously doesn't
It
work.
does
They're still
work.
there.
It obviously
Doesn't.
works.
They're still there. They're not deplatformed. They still have a platform.
Oh yeah, and Trump is doing great on Truth Social. You
He
think
still has a platform. He still has followers.
I know.
Deplatforming didn't work for him.
no one? I know, but you're really arguing a weird semantic. You're saying because it didn't go to 0, it therefore didn't go down? Like, what are you talking about here? Twitter's bigger than Truth Social. Obviously you're losing viewership. It's smaller platform. Rumble is smaller than YouTube. You're not deplatformed from everything. That never happens. It never happens. You can always increase your technical ability in order to remain on the internet. That's the dark web. But generally,
Okay.
Go
We're
ahead.
way off from where we were originally, but that's
sure.
fine.
Where do you want to go back?
No, it's fine.
You might be muted, Zen.
Hang on. What do you do with the people that are being more radicalized into these echo chambers as you deplatform them?
What do you do? But that's, I think, one of the best questions you've asked. I think if we could stay on that question, I've been thinking about that for so long. I think it's a great question. I don't know, man. It's a good one. It's a really good question. I don't know. It's like a socio-emotional thing. We've got a lot of economic problems that is leading to people being alone on the internet. I don't know. It's such a tough, like, I don't know what to tell you.
But you're suggesting the deplatforming that is leading to this. You must have thought of some kind of solution for it. Just spitball with me. What would you
Okay,
do? Yeah.
if you would accept that deplatforming is like not a binary but a gradient, then I would say increasing spaces that are wholesome, like shout out Jay Marianne, shout out Heem, shout out Denims, shout out Sen.
But you have to realize that, well, hang on, the people that are coming in are going to have a lot of growing pains, right? They're going to probably come in a little aggressive because they're probably pissed off that they've been, deplatformed from certain areas, right?
Yeah. And we know
Okay.
that, like, we have to...
Do you think even, like, a fraction of the communities are going to be willing to engage in that kind of stuff?
Well, that's for those communities to decide. Some communities, like Healthy Gamer, thrive specifically on that process. Other people, their community is about creating a safe space to shield themselves from the hatred in the world. If you are a part of a marginalized community, we're 2 white dudes talking right now, just to be very clear. Probably not being marginalized or victimized on the reg, and people who are,
Well,
let's say...
You have absolutely no idea what has happened to me in my life. So
I don't want to make any assumptions. I don't want to make any
You
assumptions.
just did. You did.
What? I made assumptions about your identity. I hope I'm not incorrect.
You made assumptions that I haven't been regularly victimized in life, but please continue.
Marginalized maybe might be a better word. Excuse me. I apologize
Sure.
for that. Yeah, sorry. Let's say marginalized communities more often face victimization. And so if you're in that space of feeling traumatized, you might not be ready for advice. You might be seeking nothing but comfort and support and people who just help you get over the trauma. And that brings us back to like our advice situation, right? Yeah, segue.
Yeah, but we're not talking about those people, right? We're talking about the people that are being deplatformed and are like pissed off that they're being deplatformed, right? We're not talking about marginalized communities that online have tons of like safe spaces where they can express themselves. That's
yeah,
easy
yeah,
if
and the
you're in those
organizations,
communities,
Kiwi
they're
Farms,
everywhere.
can go fuck off to Russia. Why do we care about Kiwi Farms? Why do we care? Who cares?
No,
Let them
it's not-
disappear.
It's not that I care. Listen. You need to detach yourself from fucking Kiwi Farms.
Well,
I
bad
don't care. It
actors.
would be any website. Stop. It would be any website that is receiving this kind of like, if there was an LGBTQ website that was being bullied off the internet by right-wing fucktards, I would be just as aggressive right now.
It depends if the underlying claims to the bullying are
It's
true
the-
or not.
It's the idea of being able to bully a website or make a campaign to get a website removed from the internet. That's
man,
really scary.
I think
and
you-
we know, hang on.
Yeah.
We know in today's online kind of political climate that once a certain side or political spectrum or whatever picks up a tactic, it is almost guaranteed by sometime in the next, very near future, the other side will also pick up that tactic.
Yeah, sure. It's called
So
an
that is my
ideological
question.
arms race. Yeah, sure.
It a little bit to some degree,
Polarization.
mutually
Yeah,
assured
for sure.
destruction. Yeah, mutually assured destruction and all that shit. Right?
Well,
Are
that's
you
about
comfortable
nuclear
with the
weapons.
idea that down the road there might be a ton of right-leaning people putting pressure and aggression on other domain hosters to drop websites? Would you be okay if those domain holders started dropping websites in the same way because they were receiving public outlash? or
On a
public backlash?
on a case-by-case basis, depending on the underlying evidence presented, then yes. If there is a part of the internet that is generally outside of the rule of law, let's say international waters, or let's say the dark spaces of the internet, and there is no real social response, police don't even know what trans people are apparently in London, they're just like, wait, what's this? Then I think it makes sense for people to organize themselves within their communities to defend themselves. The institutions will not save you. When governments collapse, you need your neighbor to help save you. The very first thing you were so up on about giving advice about security, well, what if my neighbor says, as advice, we got to band together because people are out there trying to get us harmed? Like, that's what's happening here. There's a community defending themselves from really scary people, and they figured out a way
but
to
in
do
your-
so
in your worldview,
non-violently.
But
Non-violently.
in your worldview, that guy couldn't come out and give that advice because nobody's asked for it.
Wait,
In
this is
my-
a good
in my
question.
world- in my world, he could go to his neighbors and go, "Hey guys, there's people fucking around on the internet. Maybe we should."
Well,
maybe we
unfortunately,
should
we're on
talk
the
about
internet.
What we can do.
Ice Beans has a good question. Do you think Kiwi Farms being dropped is a good or a bad thing?
I think it's neutral. I don't think it's good or bad. I think it might lead to really bad outcomes where we see like bullying campaigns. But as a website as a whole, it's probably a good thing being dropped. It's a pretty shitty website for sure. I
Okay,
don't
that
disagree with
seems
but I
easy.
don't like the idea of no. It's
That seems easy only because, like, the reason Kiwi Farms is being used is because they have a track record. You can't dismiss this stuff so out of hand. You can't go through life having these neutral rules. We usually apply stuff by a case-by-case basis
no,
based off of the
issue is
evidence.
it's not as black and white as you're leading it to be. And I'm trying to demonstrate to you that there's more
Sure.
dimensions to this.
No,
than just
absolutely.
Good, bad, drop, don't drop.
No, I
Right?
didn't
There's
disagree.
so many more things.
Absolutely. That's why my answers haven't been yay or nay. They've been like, well, probably based on context.
They have. You've literally said it is a good thing that they were dropped.
Be-
But then
based
when I
on
ask
that
you, does it make you
situation, based on that
comfortable? Well,
context.
I don't really know. Well, maybe. Well, kind of. It's like,
Dude, based
no.
on the evidence I have seen presented as a member of the public, I am happy that
Yes.
a Canadian streamer is slightly safer from bad people on the internet because of stuff she did with her community.
But she's obviously not, because you would agree that it was dropped from Cloudflare, right?
Yeah,
And
from
that I
their own
believe
words.
She was okay, and that I believe that afterwards somebody still took a picture outside of the place she was staying at. Correct?
Okay, go on.
Okay. So if Kiwi Farms wasn't up, and she was then doxxed
Yeah.
and harassed by somebody else after that, what does that tell you?
It tells me that there's still an ongoing campaign to harass and
Yeah,
terrorize.
that tells you that the issue is coming from somewhere else.
So, like, let's just clarify. Ice Beans is being very helpful right now.
Get the fuck out
Let
of
me be
Speeds, you're in
clear.
his chat, not mine.
Yeah, well, this is how it is. You got the shout out. Let's go.
True.
So let's just be super clear. You don't like, for me, the content of Kiwi Farms' actions determine whether it was okay for them to be bullied off the internet. And I have seen evidence presented to me that convinces me that content was bad and harmful. There's been lots of news reporting, local, national, and international. That's the full spectrum. Therefore, is it for you? I'm asking you a question. Do you think it's like they got dropped because of mass reports, not because the mass reporting got Cloudflare to see Kiwi Form's bad behavior? Like that's what we want to distinguish here. Do you like what's worse here? I'm butchering Ice Bean's question. Goddamn.
Yeah, that
totally
was
butchered it.
super butcher. That's
Totally
okay. Ice Beans can come and relay it back in my chat.
It's awful. It's terrible. Terrible performance, everybody.
If Kiwi Farms was so bad, and which we can agree that it is,
cool.
Why didn't Keffals make the campaign before all this shit happened if she was really concerned with the things that it has done in the past?
I don't know. Why didn't she do something better?
Why is it? Huh?
Don't let the ideal be the enemy of the good. You can ask all day, why didn't someone do better situation? Hindsight's 2020. Who cares?
No. Well, it only seemed to be a campaign once it started to affect her. Correct?
What's your point?
Well, the point is that I think that like saying like, oh, look at all this bad stuff that it's done in the past. That's why it had to get shut down. No, it was because it started harassing Keffals. It started doing shit on there that was related to Keffals. It had nothing to do with like Nier.
Oh my god, dude! You know that meme?
No, it didn't. Absolutely, it didn't. Now it is. Now it's couched in that because that's the like justification now. But it wasn't originally that, because if that was the case, right? These people were already harmed. That would have been something right off the bat.
You know that meme of like the Grim Reaper going door by door by door? It's like he did that. The Grim Reaper is Kiwi Farms. They've already allegedly succeeded in 3 wins, as they would call it, and then they get to Keffals' door, and Keffals opens the motherfucking door and brings it. And you're asking, why didn't Keffals step in when door 1, 2, and 3 were opened? Like, what? I'm so confused. Did they not do a good thing by leading a campaign that dropped Kiwi Farms? And your problem is like they could have done it better.
It is, but it's not for the reason that you're saying.
Sure, it is
because it like supposedly led to all these issues where these 3 people supposedly offed themselves. It was because they started to go after Keffals.
Do you not see the?
No. If we're going to talk about it, let's at least be honest of the reason the campaign started. It wasn't for those people. It wasn't because those things happened. It was because they started going after Keffals.
Keffals, the trans activist, gets targeted by Kiwi Farms and says, hey, these people have harmed other trans people in the past, and you're saying this was not about those people. Keffals was lying. When Keffals brings up Nier and does an entire video on Nier, just absolutely has nothing. She could have stepped up then. Why didn't Keffals do more? It's like, what is this?
It's
moral
fine that
relativism.
She started it when it started to affect her. That's fine. I'm not condemning that action at all.
Okay.
If people think that, but hang on.
Yeah,
but that doesn't mean you then get to also work in that you were doing it for these people. You weren't. You were doing it for yourself, which is fine.
She shares their identity.
Well, let's not
they
pretend,
are all
like,
trans
do you believe that,
who
do you
are
believe in,
marginalized.
like, the concept of like, hang on. Do you believe in the concept of like stolen valor and shit like that?
That has to do with the military? That's
It's
the
just
military
in general,
term.
Usually when you're asking,
That's a
for,
military term.
It is, but it can be used for other things.
Pardon me?
Go ahead and explain stolen valor for.
I'm pretty sure stolen valor is when you're asking for credit that you don't deserve. Like you're saying, I did this thing because of X, or I did this thing.
I can understand that. Sure, I can.
Yeah.
I understand it as a military term in terms of medals and shit, but absolutely, I understand you're more general. That's fair. Let's
Okay.
go.
Okay. Do you think that it's being done here a little bit when it's like,
No.
it's realistically it's done because it started to affect her, and she's just kind of like putting on the fact that this happened to other people because like realistic. Okay, here's a question.
Putting it on. Do you think victims share an identity?
Hang on. Do you think if Kiwi Farms had never addressed Keffals, that she would have taken on this campaign?
I don't know. Go ask her. Why would I know that answer?
I'm asking
I don't know.
what you think.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know the answer to that question. I can't answer that question. I don't know what someone might have done. That's a really weird question. What might you have done 2 years ago? Like, whatever. Here's the question for you. Do you think...
That's what I'm trying to say, is that the reason...
You don't know either. You don't either. You just making it up because of your motivated reasoning. You know what's a simpler answer? You know what's a way simpler answer? Person who was victimized under identity of being a trans person also recognizes other victims who have been victimized for their trans identity. That seems like a very Occam's razor simple explanation for why someone might be saying, holy shit, look what happened to me. Who else did it happen to? I gotta stop this person so it doesn't happen to anyone else. That is often the reason why sexual assault survivors come forward and actually testify, because even though they might have been victimized and they know that maybe this person has victimized others, it is extremely difficult to go into the public stand and actually expose your identity and try to take down a bad actor. And Keffals should be applauded for it and not asked a million questions about like what she could have done. There you go.
That was a great virtue single ramble. Do you think Keffals being online as long as she has, being like a trans activist, being aware of like these shitty areas in the internet, was aware that Kiwi Farms existed long before she was ever like doxxed or harassed by that site?
I don't know when someone might have been aware of something.
What do you think she would be?
Maybe.
Let's
say maybe.
speculate.
Let's say sure. Probably. Possibly.
Okay.
Possibly to probably.
So, okay.
I'm following you.
Do
I'm following
Do
you.
you not see the issue that is like she knew of all this play? She knew of this play. She knew of the garbage things that she might have known of, like the garbage things that went on there, right? I'm pretty sure she even had an account there that she would go and read like through threads and shit like that, right? You don't think that like at any other point in time she could have done this campaign? It was only when it started to affect her that she started to use this campaign and then started to use the names of the people that had been hurt before.
Yeah, she's using their names. Okay, buddy.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you think?
Really quick,
Yes.
can you, just to clarify, because this might be an unrelated tangent, I'm not sure.
Sure.
How is whether Keffals was aware of Kiwi Farms previously before she started her campaign relevant to the central claim?
Yeah, thanks.
Because I don't think she actually gives a fuck about those people. I think she just used it as a way to like bolster her claim to like get that hashtag like trending and stuff. Yeah, for sure.
The person who raised the most, one of the Twitch streamers who raised the most money for trans issues doesn't care about trans people who have died. You know, it's just she's just doing. She's just in it for the clout.
No. Holy shit! You're just listen to me. You can care about a general idea, but not give a fuck about specific people.
But how do you know that? How do you know that for Keffals?
Hang on. Do you disagree with that? Do you disagree with that?
Repeat it. Like, sure, probably.
You can care about a general idea or like identity, but not give a shit about individual people.
Sure, one may.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
But how do you know? You're saying not one. You're saying Keffals doesn't.
I'm not saying
you're saying probably Keffals doesn't.
I even told you at the beginning of this. I'm speculating. 100%.
So
this is what I've started to do.
Okay, I got a good question for you.
Just hang on. This is what I've started to do for claims, things that have happened, situations like this. I start to look at it like a crime scene.
I heard this. It's a really bad
take.
take. You're not a murder investigative. You don't have the skills. You're not an expert.
A lot of this involves investigating, going through things, checking sources, trying to put together like what actually happened. It is very similar, I assure you.
Dunning-Kruger.
Okay. Okay. Yeah,
You're not a crime scene investigator, my guy.
Hang on. You don't know. What's my background?
Do you have any police or
no
law
fucking
enforcement?
idea what my
I'm asking
background
you
is.
now. You can tell us. Tell us how much law enforcement.
I do have experience in investigations and like security work. Yeah, actually I do.
In security work?
Yeah.
Go on. What have you done?
Oh, I don't want to dox myself. I'm not going to tell you.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm like Keffals.
I'm asking what your expertise is. I'm not asking for your location. I'm saying what's your expertise?
I said I have experience in the field doing investigations on things.
Okay, let's take you at your word.
Okay.
So I guess my question to you is, if Keffals should have done something earlier, why didn't you give Keffals advice earlier? And this is a question from Potato Band Plug.
Yeah, because I didn't know of Keffals earlier. So how can I give
there
advice
you.
to somebody I didn't know existed.
Well, you see how you're kind of your previous questions about when someone knows something is internal and who knows? How do you assign moral blame to people you don't know their thoughts?
If I'm not terminally online and I don't follow these these obscure communities when they're starting out, how could I possibly know of somebody when I don't know them? How can I give advice to somebody I don't know?
Well, that's what I asked you earlier, and you said that advice from a mother and a stranger are identical, apparently.
No, and then I asked you, but I can't give advice to a stranger I don't know exists. Okay? When I asked you, do you think she had knowledge of Kiwi Farms? You went, yeah, maybe, probably. So that was like
Maybe,
that's
probably.
and that's where I kind of like then.
Oh,
built
okay,
the
fair enough. Oh,
speculation
yeah,
around it.
sure. That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to say to you is knowledge. Like, I gave a very clear example of a sexual assault survivor who knows that the person who has assaulted them has assaulted previous persons, but that still doesn't put the moral responsibility on them to make themselves more vulnerable, to take the public stand, to testify. Like, I don't know why you're placing that on a victim. It's really bizarre. It's extremely bizarre. You're saying to victims, why aren't you doing more? And it's like, you should be asking police, you should be asking everybody but the victims, why aren't you doing more?
If the police don't know that a crime has happened, how are they supposed to investigate?
If the police... So that's a good question.
Police don't know a crime. Yeah.
No. So I read into this a lot. I want to say that... and I mentioned this earlier, the London Police Service's change in policy, they're like the second police service to do this in Ontario.
Sounds pretty progressive of them.
Exactly. And the situation I would compare to is Toronto, where they had a very similar situation, but the fake email or phone calls alleging that Keffals was doing something wrong did not result in a raid. And there I can say to you, police clearly act as the filter between false positives and false negatives, right? Like, they're the ones who say, assess claims. We give them discretion to say, this is worth investigating. Now, if the London Police Service were as sophisticated as the Toronto, hopefully they will, inshallah, they would have screened this appropriately, called Keffals, hey, did you send this email? Keffals says no, which is what happened in Toronto, and no story, no problem. Awesome.
Who do you think? Which police force do you think had more resources and probably more experience with trans people at the time?
Probably
The
Toronto,
London
which is
Ontario
right.
police or the Toronto
I'm not
police?
assigning blame. I'm trying to be descriptive, not prescriptive.
Wait, how are you giving advice to the police if they haven't asked for consent? I'm sorry, I'm just memeing.
I can they did consent because they took on the uniform and they were elected. They were like, they're literally public officers. There's so much consent there.
I was just fucking memeing with you, bro.
Are you just walking into L's? I can't tell.
No, I'm not. I assure you, I'm not.
Fucking lol. Sen, you got something for us?
I want to rephrase because we've moved off a little bit.
Sure.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask. Can I hear some of the advice that let's say I go to B Word and say, hey man, I'm getting doxxed and harassed. What's some advice that you would give me to avoid some of that? I wanna hear your advice.
That's if you're getting doxxed and harassed. I don't know, man.
I
don't have the
no advice for me. I'm asking for your advice. Hey man, help me out. Give me some advice.
You know what? Some of the best. You know what? Some of the best advice I could give someone is to tell them exactly when and where I don't have the expertise, and to tell them to seek out someone who does have that expertise, who can give them appropriate advice. If I sound off, no.
I'm too nervous. I need you to give me. I need some advice. I need some advice for you. I trust you. I don't trust experts because I don't know them. I know you personally. I want advice from you.
Then I give advice as best I can.
Okay, then give me advice. I'm asking for it right now.
Well, I'm not going to do that because I personally do not feel like I have the expertise to give that. I can in the hypothetical because you forced it into me, but in the real world, where we are really talking on live public, I am not going to give advice about operation security to an audience. In the hypothetical, we are friends and you press me and say you won't go to another expert. Sure, no problem. I'll help you out as a buddy privately, but you can go to another expert. Go CC, go to an expert.
Have you read anything on operational safety or anything like that?
Yeah, of course. I work in IT. I'm a systems administrator.
Okay, so you do have some expertise in the area. You must have advice to give people then.
It's dated expertise, which is why I would not give it. I haven't been a systems administrator in like over 5 years, so I would not be applying dated standards to a current security, but I understand how that stuff kind of sort of works in a vague way.
Based on your old assessment, do you think Keffals is taking the right steps to avoid like doxing and harassing right now?
I think that people manage their risk in both logical and emotional ways, and that logically it's probably not a good idea to be going out live streaming IRL, but however, emotionally being queen for a day and showing that you are free. Freedom, man. Where's the pro-freedom argument that Keffals won the day for a marginalized community that has been under assault for many years in the dark web, and now that she has succeeded and dropping them and making them a little bit less relevant, she can actually lower her OPSEC just a little bit so that she doesn't have to live in fear. Like, what do you want from her? To like not have pictures out, not live stream? Like, what do you want from her? I don't...
Yeah, she could do both of those things if she was concerned about doxing and harassing. When she got doxed in Canada and the police showed up, You would say that she had to flee because she felt unsafe, eh?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, when she was doxxed and harassed in Canada and the police showed up, would you say she had to flee Canada because she felt unsafe?
I don't know. That was a decision she made. I don't know. That's a good question.
That's
it's a good
specifically something you've said in the past. I know you've walked it back on one of your last live streams when we were going through the Twitter.
Oh,
feed.
only because I wasn't sure if it was true, but she did flee country, right? She did flee to Ireland, and so that I can reassert that claim.
Why did she flee there? Because of the doxing and harassing and the police showing up, correct?
Well, I can't remember what reason she gave, but probably, yeah. You don't feel safe when you are in a small town. From what I understand, they were able to figure out her location because there's only
London, Ontario is a small town?
relatively compared to the world. I know we're Canadian, but our cities are small, my guy. Oh, Paradigm Shift. Yo, how you doing? How's it going? How's you been?
Man, 400 people. What?
Yeah, London, Ontario is like not a big city, my guy. Like,
Man, Belfast is smaller than London, Ontario, so she fled to somewhere that is smaller than where she was at.
Okay, but
if she felt unsafe in London, hang on. If she felt unsafe in London because it was too small, why did she flee to a smaller?
I'm really confused how you know more about her safety and security than she does.
I've done research.
Oh, okay? Yeah, you've done research, my guy. That's fucking funny. That's so good.
Okay, so if she had to flee Ontario because she felt unsafe because she was being harassed and doxxed and police were showing up, why do you think she hasn't done the same in Ireland?
I don't know. Ask her. Why
do you think?
I did give a pretty good answer, which is like
what you believe and what you think. That's what I want to probe right now.
Yeah, I'll repeat what I said,
let's speculate. Let's have fun. Come on.
I'll repeat what I said before, which is that people treat security like logically and also emotionally. There is both, because I would ask you, there is often said in security circles, there's a tension between security and comfort. Would you agree? As security increases, comfort goes down.
For the other, yeah.
Correct, right. And it's sort of like they're tied together. So all I'm saying is Keffals was super secure, fighting a war, VPN, bunch of shit, wins the war, and now releases security in favor of comfort and celebration and community building and, yo, we did it, let's fucking go. And you're asking, why aren't you being more secure?
No, but the issue is she's still receiving harassment. So why hasn't she fled Ireland as well, a place that she is receiving the same, if not a little bit more harassment than before? Before it was just police showing up to her place, and now it's just random people.
Again, each person,
she's more unsafe in Ireland.
Each person is in control of their own security, and sometimes, hopefully, the police help. Now, if Keffals feels secure and she says she feels secure, then we take her at her word. I'm not sure why you would know better. You are further away from the context of the security situation. You're like really far removed. You're a rando on the internet. Have some perspective. Have some perspective.
I do. I am. I'm saying that there's a lot of things that don't add up and don't make sense in her story.
Usually when that happens, that's because you're lacking contextual clues or information. That's generally true.
Man. Maybe.
Let me ask you a simple question. Do you think that the person who knows more about a company's security apparatus, the CEO or the guy outside the building watching what's happening?
Do you think both are subject to bias?
Yes, all people are subject to bias.
Could it be that the person at the top, the CEO, is missing something because they have a particular goal in mind?
This is why pen testers exist, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are you a pen tester offering expert advice that the CEO has solicited? No. You're just some rando on the internet, concerned trolling, from what I understand.
Because I comment on things that I see on the internet. That is what I do. Correct. Thank you.
Right, but the value of your opinion.
Hang on. You also do this, by the way. You just do it in the positive, that you confirm that what you're seeing is correct. Right, you're doing the exact same thing. You're commenting. You're doing everything I'm doing, just in the opposite direction. So I don't know why.
I'm really trying, because I'm not inserting myself into another community's issues and trying to tell them what they should do.
Into a community saying that the solutions that they're engaging in are correct. Right, it's the same thing, just on the opposite side of the coin. If I'm the heads, you're the tails.
Wait. This is a good question that might help. If I say, "Good job, I think you're great," is that the same thing as you should have done X, Y, or Z? Like, I feel those are two different things. If I'm just saying, yo, let's go, Keffals.
They're two sides of the same coin.
How?
Right,
Can you explain that? One is support and one is criticism.
What the person is doing, and I'm challenging what the person is doing. They're both They're
Right.
both. That's why I'm saying they're two sides of the same coin, right? You're still
No.
inserting yourself and engaging with that community. The only difference is you're engaging in validation, and I'm engaging in criticism.
Do you think that people who are supportive are inside or outside the community? Usually the
You can
people
be
who
outside
are
the community. You don't
and
always have
supportive.
to. If I'm not
Sure.
a part of Keffals community, I could still say that there are things that she's doing well, and there's things that she's doing unwell.
But wait, let me just get this clear. You think that me saying "Yay, Keffals" is concern trolling?
No.
Okay, well that's what you said. You're like you're doing the same
No,
thing
because
as I
they're
am,
two sides of the same coin, dude.
but I'm
I'm saying
disagreeing.
we're
I'm
both
like they're
we're
two
both
different things.
Inserting ourselves into that community, but in different ways. You're inserting yourself into that community with support and validation, and I'm inserting myself into that community with criticism.
But my question to you is, did the community solicit your criticism? No.
Did the community solicit your validation? Did anybody reach out to you and say, "Hey, I want you to validate what Keffals is doing"?
I mean, what? How do you know
Did
how I
they?
identify?
Did they?
How do you know how I identify?
Did they reach out to you and solicit you for your validation?
No, I don't know.
So why are you giving it? What allows
because
you to give the validation, but me not the criticism?
sure, the reason I'm giving it is because I did a charity stream for Keffals when I found out that a Canadian streamer was being targeted by a bad part of the internet, and a sense of me was
Okay.
like, what can I do to support a marginalized community? And I was like, I'll do a charity stream, and so I did that, and that's how I started paying attention.
So, in other words, you inserted yourself into that community with absolutely no prompting. I'm doing
Correct.
the exact same as
Yeah,
you.
for
I'm
sure.
inserting myself into that community with no prompting. The difference is you look to do validation and support, and I look to criticize.
And I'm trying to impress upon you the extreme difference between support and criticism. It's like
Well, I
saying,
understand that.
Okay,
I
all
understand
right, all right,
that.
all
But
right,
the
all
way we both got to be able to do
Sure,
what
sure.
we're doing is in the exact same manner.
like the
Because
coin
yours-
is
hang on,
intervention
because-
or
hang on,
whatever.
because
Yeah.
because yours is support and validation. We don't often seek to criticize why somebody is inserting themselves into a community in the same manner.
Mostly
That's the
because
issue.
if I support them and nobody's told me like, yo, what's up, then
Mm-hmm.
probably fine. But if you're inserting your critical opinion and it's
Probably fine. What makes it probably fine?
well, let me set up the alternate example to set that contrast.
Okay.
If you're inserting your critical opinion and people are responding,
Mm-hmm.
hey, that's probably not the right time or it's not helpful, then it's probably not fine. That's
Yeah,
the-
but that advice I didn't ask them to prompt to me, so why are they giving it to me?
because they're responding to you.
Exactly. I'm responding to what Keffals is doing in the same exact manner that if somebody is like, hey, I don't think that's the right time to give advice, they're doing the exact same thing.
Yeah, it's called the internet. It's called discourse, my guy. It's the
Yeah,
discourse.
congratulations.
What's your point?
TC, can I ask you a question
Really
about
Yeah,
this
go ahead, Zen.
two sides
Yeah,
of the same
go ahead.
coin thing? Do you
Yeah,
think
go.
that when people are accepting of information, are they
Mhm.
more likely to be accepting of praise or criticism?
Most people are just looking for praise.
Okay. So,
Cool.
emotionally speaking,
Mhm.
do you think that a lot of people that act on the internet are looking for sources to get their criticism from specific places they feel comfortable
No,
with?
I think most. Sorry, go ahead.
Do you think they get them from sources they want to feel comfortable with, or do they have no vetting system for the criticism?
I think most people aren't looking for criticism at all. I think most people are go online to like complain or whine or just looking for like validation of with their issues for sure.
I
don't
disagree
think most
strongly.
people seek out criticism.
I disagree strongly.
Well, if they sought out criticism, they wouldn't mind where it came from, right?
I
Like myself, I
disagree.
always seek out criticism. I always seek out criticism, and I don't mind. I've always said, you can ask Zen how many times I've told him, you got an issue with what I say, come criticize me. I'm totally down to hear it.
That's good for you.
Yeah.
Like I'm not trying to say
Because
that
I'm open to
sarcastically.
criticism.
That's a good thing.
Yeah,
Um,
because I'm open to criticism. I think most
do-
people on the internet
do
are
you-
just looking for validation.
do you think you're
I think we
projecting
know
at
that
all?
based on like how like social media is addictive due to like the likes that people receive, right? And we know that it or hurts people's mental health when they receive not likes but comments instead of like criticism, right? If a person was to post something and they were to receive nothing but comments, it would probably negatively affect their health. But if they were to receive nothing but likes, that validation, they would, it would bolster their mental health. So the fact is when we go online, we're not trying to seek out criticism of what we're posting or what we believe. We're looking for validation on our beliefs.
So have you ever heard of the backfire effect?
Yep.
So you are aware of the backfire effect.
Hang on, do you want to explain this to the people, for the people that don't know?
Yeah, the backfire effect is the phenomenon that when people are addressed, I think this is done with climate change, when they are provided facts and evidence that would disprove their pseudoscientific beliefs or their conspiracy theories around climate change, it actually entrenches their beliefs further. And there's a bunch of variations to how this can happen. So for me, I'm really confused. If you know what the backfire effect is, and you know that giving people critical information, regardless of whether you know them or not, is a good thing, aren't you concerned you're not helping?
No, because then at that point you can, if you truly believe that it was going to happen for every belief, you wouldn't criticize or like comment on anything, because all it's going to do is just further entrench everybody, right? The appropriate thing to do if you believe that, like if you believe that is always the case, you would just get off the internet and never give commentary about anything, right? The reality is I think if people listen to people giving advice and you try to like rationalize with them and actually discuss with them, I think you actually can turn people around. It's just a very long process. The thing with the backfire,
You just gotta fire enough advice at them. Like what?
Well, the thing is usually with the backfire effect, it's when you're discussing with somebody that is not willing to engage with you in like a way that actually seeks to change their beliefs, right?
Okay, well, I set that as a premise.
Hang on. It shouldn't be that you shouldn't give criticism, right? That's not the issue with the backfire effect. The backfire effect is more due to like when you have people that have such strongly held beliefs that they refuse to challenge, right? When you do challenge them and try to present them with more information, they get more entrenched because they're unwilling to change those beliefs.
I'm sorry. Last I remember, the paper concluded by saying, we're not sure exactly how this might play out and how to address this. So I'm very surprised you are offering the right solution on the backfire effect. You should publish a paper on this, my guy.
How does
We don't know.
beliefs, then?
We don't know.
What we do is because they challenge, they introspect, they think about them, right? They
What are you in,
analyze
like
what they believe and
ancient
what they think.
Athens right now?
You know what? I fucking wish I was someday. I'd love to see some gladiator fights. Sounds base as hell.
Okay, so I'm gonna make the very simple point that people assign value based off of expertise, and expertise often can be someone that you don't know but they like have accreditation, or someone you do know and whose opinion has worked out for you in the past. They have like a track record or something. So that's why. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. I was gonna say, do you criticize or comment on anything on your stream?
Yeah, of course. It's
Why?
commentary.
When it could be further entrenching people that disagree with you.
Because I'm not talking.
Why would you want to further entrench those beliefs when you don't know how people are going to receive that?
Because people are coming to my content, and they are free to leave.
Okay.
And I'm not having.
Not to listen. Hang on, she's free to not listen to my advice, but I'm still going to give the advice regardless. Because there might be somebody that comes along, is having similar issues, and goes, "Wow, that's actually really a good advice for my life."
Yeah, man.
That's
If you
why I'm
get blocked
putting it
for
out there.
if you get blocked for concern trolling, like that's just going to be how the cookie crumbles.
Well, no, she blocked me because she did like a big bot thing because she didn't want the criticism, but that's fine.
Yeah, that's why. That's what happened.
Yeah. It is.
Do you
because I
not
had
think?
never interacted with her? Hang on, because I had never interacted with her before I was blocked, and it actually took somebody else tagging me in something for her to unblock me, saying that I
you've
had
been
no great
unblocked.
criticisms. Yep.
Then awesome. Then that's a sign that your opinions are of good value because you don't
but
have a
you
personal.
realize that-
I'm trying to support you
you
here.
realize the
I'm
fact
trying to
that she
support
went
you
to go-
here. Okay.
But the fact that she blocked me without ever having to engage with me, right, meant that she was looking to explicitly root out criticism or critiques or advice before it could even be given.
How do I know if someone's critiquing me or just concern trolling if I don't know who they are and they're just spouting off on the internet? I don't want to see that shit.
How would you tell the difference?
Well, I block people
just a
because
retweet
I don't
and
want to
retweet
see
advice?
nonsense. And if I see nonsense and I can block a person, it is within my power. That has nothing to about
But you have-
whether
but you
I'm
didn't-
accepting
you
of
didn't
criticism.
Yeah, but you didn't see any nonsense because I hadn't given any advice at that point. I hadn't even engaged with her.
So your allegation is that Keffals blocked you without any information about you, or like how did?
Yes, we know this because she used bots. That if like I haven't followed her stream because
You
she
got an emo for that?
specifically has. Hang on, because she specifically
Yeah.
has a bot.
Yeah, sure,
That will just
of course.
block you if you're from BGG.
Yeah, of
or other
course.
communities.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
But that's
Yeah.
that ties right back to expertise and
But
community.
hang on. But what you're saying is you make a very blanket general statement
Paradigm,
without
let's
knowing
go.
whatever advice that somebody's going to give. That just because you're part of might be part of a community means you have no advice or actual criticism to give.
No, that's
That
an
sounds-
extremely
that sounds-
dumb
that's what she's-
and ridiculous
no,
statement.
that's what she's saying. Is if you're from
No, she's
that
not.
community, I'm going to block you.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay,
Whether you
so-
have good advice or not, just because you're a part of that community.
So let's go back to the spine issue. Am I going to block chiropractors because it's a pseudoscience, or does that mean I'm just not willing to listen to criticism?
You could if you wanted to, yeah.
Exactly. I would,
Hang on,
because
hang on.
they have no
But
good
you're making
opinions
the-
about my
hang on,
spine.
Hang on, but you're making the blanket assumption that none of them have any good advice to give you, and you would just end up blocking them all. Well, that
You
could not be the
abject.
case. But
No, I'm
they
not
still
making the
might have good
blanket
advice,
assumption.
right?
Blanket
Like,
assumption.
hey, you should be stretching every day. Hey, you should be ensuring that your joints stay free and moving by taking 30 minutes a walk.
Wait,
30-minute walks every
Oh,
day.
yeah, that's called medical science, and medical science is
Yeah, but
different from
That's still
chiropractic.
advice coming from a chiropractor.
No, chiropractors are quacks, and I'm trying to impress that upon you.
Okay, can a quack still give good advice at some point?
No.
They can never give. So a chiropractor comes up to you and says, "Hey, you should eat a healthy, well-balanced diet." You'd go, "Wow, that guy's a quack. That's a really bad piece of advice."
The reason, let me qualify, is
No, hang on.
because...
I want you to answer that first. I want you
Yeah,
to
of
answer that
course.
first. Would that
Easy
be bad
peasy.
advice coming from the chiropractor that you should eat a healthy, well-balanced diet?
Listen, you can keep stripping all the context from all of my answers and crowing about like you've won, but most answers have context to them. Can I explain?
Yeah, go ahead.
So you can have the same words stripped of context, and they're both good, right? That's what you want me to say. But, however, the question is, how did they come to that conclusion? Did they get it from another source of expertise? Is it because they have peer review? Is there some sort of scientific process going on? Generally, the scientific community describes chiropractors as not using the scientific process, which is why I'm not making some assumption that is broad. I am listening to experts of medical science saying these are not experts. Don't listen to them. Even if some of what they say is true, they don't know how they got to that conclusion, so don't trust them. Do you see how we
Yes,
can...
This is what happens when you base the advice that you're being given off the person more than just the advice actually being given. Because a chiropractor telling
Yeah, of
you
course.
to eat a well-balanced diet is a good piece of advice. That's
But
an excellent
why?
piece of advice.
Why is it a good piece of advice? Because medical science says so, not because chiropractic says so. That's the point I'm trying to make.
I'm not
The advice
saying
comes
that
from
it's because
somewhere.
Chiropractic says so. I'm telling you, the person telling you it, regardless of where they're from or how they reach
No.
that conclusion, the advice of
How they
eating
reach that
a healthy, well-balanced diet is still a good piece of advice.
I guess the word good is just doing so much lifting in there, and you really don't want to engage with how you're just inserting this word to just abstract away where advice comes from.
No,
It comes from
We're gonna
expertise.
loop again about the same two pieces of advice given from two different people, and then you.
Can you do hear me real quick?
only-
Because chat's saying
Sen?
that they have a hard time hearing me. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, you're low. Send.
Yeah, you're
Okay.
super low. Get high, bud.
If that's the case,
Good point.
could both of you raise me on my end? Because I have my mic at pretty high.
Hell
I got
yeah,
you
I
at
would raise
135.
brothers up.
140.
Okay.
Nice.
So
Truck yeah, brother.
for the purpose of this conversation, since we did not agree to our definition of good advice,
Spicy habanero.
I want to substitute when we say good advice.
Yo, what do you guys think so far,
here,
chat?
I want to say
Am I crushing
trusted
it?
advice.
Thank you. That's a great...
And for CC, I want to say accurate
Am I doing good?
or correct advice. Is
Sure.
that fair? Okay.
Yep.
Awesome.
If we use those words, we will better communicate.
Hell yeah. That's what I
You
want
guys
from
can
a mod.
go.
That's great. That's why I was using the chiropractor and medical doctor, because one is trusted and it comes from a source. Like that's something I'm tying here that you might be disagreeing with me. For me,
I have a
advice
question for you.
comes from expertise. It doesn't
I have a question.
spring out of the ether.
Well, no, it doesn't come from expertise. It comes from your relationship with that person, the trust you put in that person. If your mom comes to you and says, and your mom's a
Expertise.
trusted source, and your mom says, "Hey, actually drinking like a 6-pack every day is like it's really good for you, because it has all these benefits." Are you going to trust that piece of advice from her because she's a trusted source?
Well, let's qualify. Is she trusted for giving medical opinions, or is she trusted because she's my mom?
She's trusted because she gives you advice on like healthy aspects, like eating a well-balanced diet and shit. You trust her for that stuff, and she comes to you and is like, "Hey, I have something that'll, a dietary advice for you again that like will really change your life." And she tells you to drink a 6-pack every day.
Yeah, I
Are
think
you gonna just trust her off the.
from what I understand, many children inherit the eating habits of their parents. There's like an interesting connection between like because the parents are preparing the food in your formative years, you're often eating those foods, and often children do trust the dietary choices of their parents, regardless of how accurate or how accurate it is.
Now that you're older, would you trust that piece of advice, or would you go outside of the person that you're trusting to verify that information?
Well, most people kind of start to push, like, let's say your mom said one thing, and then you hear something from someone else who's really good at cooking. Well, there's going to be a little war in your head that we call cognitive dissonance, and then eventually one's going to win out. And you might have the opinion that I can't trust my mom 100%. I can only trust her maybe 75%, only on Italian food, let's say.
Well, then it's it's not more based off trust. It's based off of accurate and correct information, right? Because let's say you have a chef that you don't trust at all. Okay?
Well, trust is
not a. Well, no, you're saying trust is the most important thing.
Correct, because it's built off of accurate, correct.
Yeah, and I'm saying accurate and correct information is the most important thing.
I'm not saying either is most important. Whatever, they're both important.
I think you are. That's why Zen framed it as like trust, right? And he framed mine as accurate and correct. If a chef comes to you that you don't trust, and he's like, "Hey, you should be eating like a certain serving of veggies every day because it's really good for you," right? And your mom comes to you and says, your mom who you trust says, "Actually, you shouldn't eat any vegetables at all." Whose advice are you going to take, and why?
Again, I'm asking you, like, for me, trust is built off of experience. And
okay, that's fine, but whose advice are you taking in that scenario, and why?
Whoever's has worked out for you in the past. Like I trust my mom more because more of her, more of the.
Take your mom's advice that you shouldn't eat any veggies.
If
the
I
chef's advice that you should have a certain serving of vegetables every day in your
absolutely, yeah. If I grew up and my mom fed me meat, potatoes, and let me finish, meat, potatoes, and a vegetable, let's say, or no vegetables. Let's just say meat and potatoes.
No vegetables.
Yeah, no vegetables, and we know vegetables are healthy. I would agree with you that the chef is giving good advice. However, because I have not built a relationship of trust, don't dismiss me. This is the point. Because I haven't built up a relationship with this chef, like let's say I just met him and he just said to me, "You should eat vegetables," I might say in my mind, he's probably right, but people don't just change when they hear a single logically correct thing. That's not how beliefs work. Our beliefs are intertwined with our experiences and our emotions. So more likely the person goes home and what's available in the cupboard is what gets cooked for that day. Meat and potatoes, because that is what the family buys, because budgets or whatever cultural reasons. So you see how like a single piece of advice can be clear and accurate and good, but because the person receiving it doesn't necessarily trust them to be receiving that type of information, they might still ignore it. And that's why you have people listening to good advice, but they're just not following it. It happens all the time. Exercise more. Go to sleep. Like, sure. We all know this stuff, but we don't do it.
I think all those people are in the wrong, and that's fine. And like, so just to be clear,
bro,
given those two pieces of advice,
come down from the clouds.
Hang on. Maybe. Like I said, maybe I'm autistic. Maybe I'm just all messed up in the head.
Very high ideals.
Yeah, I sometimes, I've dealt with a lot of fucking shitty people in my life. So
Same.
I've heard a lot of people justify some pretty fucking abysmal shit.
Same.
So just to be clear, the two pieces of advice, you would just take your mom's advice just based solely on the fact that you trust her. Then the accurate and correct part is kind of like separate but still there.
Well, I'm saying trust is built through experience. The experience is part of like you're experiencing their expertise and whether the expertise is working out, clear and accurate and true. And sometimes that comes into conflict with new information that you don't trust that might be better. It might actually be better. Okay. And go ahead.
I'm just asking you which advice you would listen to. And
I'm
why.
saying I don't know. I may believe one thing and do another. We are contradictory creatures. I don't believe in anyone who says I do all the logically correct things. That person is lying. Most people do emotion.
You're okay. I'm gonna reframe it because
yeah, sure. Maybe I'm missing
you're kind of wiggling around it.
Maybe I'm just missing it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I think, okay, you have to decide which way your diet is going, okay? You realize there's a problem, you're overweight.
Sure.
You know, you're having obviously issues with your weight. And the chef gives you the piece of advice, and you go to, and he says, "Hey, to lose weight, you got to have a more rounded diet. Got to eat vegetables." Okay. And your mom goes, "No, you don't have to eat vegetables. Actually, you can still just keep eating the meat and potatoes that you're eating. Don't worry about the vegetables." Which piece of advice are you taking for your dietary health, and why?
Gosh, I could write a whole play about this. Sounds like a poem. So beautiful.
Which one would you take?
I don't know. That is the human.
I would take the chef's advice.
Oh yeah.
Because he's yeah.
Okay, let me just put it to you. Let me just put it to you that people have sometimes two ideas in their head that conflict, and change is gradual. It doesn't happen overnight. And you could listen to the chef, and you could have in you the seed of doubt, that beautiful seed of doubt that is, fuck. Maybe my mother isn't right. It is one of the most pure and holy things in the human spirit. And so sometimes that single advice, you're right, could have the possible potential of absolutely changing someone's life. The seed grows, they stop listening to Meat and Potatoes' mother, they start learning more about what actual food science is, and they discover there's chefs and they become a healthy person. I think in an extreme fantastical scenario, it is possible that a single advice from a single expert one time could have this beautiful effect. But I'm a realist, and I think that most people respond to the stuff around them, and that when you leave the expert opinion and you return to your mother, you return to your old beliefs, even if you have that seed of doubt. Would you disagree?
Yeah, I think to some degree.
Okay, why would you?
What a lot of people when they're seeking advice. I think you're right to some degree. I think the
seeking
experts
advice
matter. I don't think it's always the trust. I think a lot of people tend to more look towards the more the accurate and the correct kind of information. That a well-balanced diet is better for your health overall, and that mom telling you just eat meat and potatoes would be the advice that most people would probably ignore, because they know it's not actually conducive to
the science says otherwise. You seem to agree with me that kids adopt their parents' dietary. Sorry, Sam.
I want to I changed my audio, so it might sound a little bit different, just to make sure.
Yeah, you're better.
Okay. So, CC, I want to emphasize something that I mentioned, and I'm going to prompt that with a question. What makes you trust the expert in your scenario?
How am I doing? Am I doing good?
Trust the expert?
Am I crushing it?
That's probably usually a good question. Usually we tend to look at their the track record of things they've said, how it kind of maps onto reality, what other people in the field have kind of said. I think a lot of times trust is built on other foundations that we kind of gather from the world.
So I want to present you, and this is only gonna be a good example in the memes community.
Okay, I got like 20 more minutes too, FYI.
Okay, I'll make this fast.
Okay.
You asked for advice on a problem. Both Leonard and William come to you with an answer.
Lamau.
Which one, regardless of which advice, is more correct or not? Do you think that you will take?
If Leonard and Will, if they gave me the same piece of advice or different pieces of advice? No,
different piece of advice for the same question.
I think it would really depend. I think I would take both of their pieces of advice into consideration and kind of research it for myself as both starting points to see which person is giving the best level of advice.
So you go through the world, and every time the same person makes a new claim, you reassess it without remembering whether they've given you good or bad advice before?
Yes.
That sounds exhausting.
I know that people.
Sounds exhausting.
It's not. It's actually the other way is way more exhausting in my opinion. I have, like I said, I've dealt with a lot of people that have said a lot of things, and I take people usually at their word point by point. And I even do this so much. I even do this so much that it's been actually a common criticism between my friends and family.
Yeah, man.
I refuse to take most of them based on their word. Yeah, because I refuse to. Because of the experiences that I've had in life.
You refuse to take them at their word? I thought you did take people
for most piece of advice, I will use it as more as a starting point than actually taking it right as it is. Yep.
So who are the experts in your life? I guess is my question. Because for me, I'm wearing a Freedom Convoy hat.
I can't point to a single person.
I
don't operate like that.
I'm wearing a Freedom Convoy hat, but it's in jest because I think the Freedom Convoy have bad opinions, and I would never go to them for an opinion on anything. Politics, science, whatever, except for memes. Rage Against the Machine, on the other hand, I might go to for some inspiration about how to be more radical in politics, which is definitely needed nowadays. Do you see how I have made assumptions about the types of information I'm likely to get from these two different sources, and that I would dismiss out of hand most opinions from the Freedom Convoy because of their track record?
Yeah, this way you just said dismiss most. That means you're going to take some of their opinions to heart and go fact check it yourself to see if they're telling you the truth or not, correct?
Truck, yeah, brother.
Okay, well that's exactly what I do. Why are you criticizing me for it? But I do that for everybody.
But I'm saying, I'm asking you, like, I would do that, like, maybe for 10% of their claims. I will dismiss
everybody. I do it for 100% of people. Fuck that shit.
Well, that's my question to you. I think that's not totally, that can't be totally true, because you're just as prone to the algorithms as you or I. Like,
yes, and I'm gonna get things wrong, but I'm still gonna make a really good faith effort to like verify, fact check what people are telling me and the advice that they're giving me. Yeah, 100%.
I'm just.
Do you not make it? Do you just? There's just people that you don't make that effort for, and you just always take their advice no matter what it is.
There are some people who have given me such incredible advice, who are so much wiser than me. My vice president, Dina Smith, who helps me run this slam poetry, I will almost always listen to pretty much anything and everything she says, even if it conflicts with what I believe at the moment. She sees much further than I. Her horizon is, and oftentimes, given time, what, do you not have wise people in your life?
No,
absolutely
not.
Oh, you should find someone who you think is so wise,
no,
who sees the world.
People that so 100%, you don't fact check what that person says ever.
That's not what I said.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is I don't take 100% somebody right on their fucking opinion. There are a lot of things, almost all of the things that people will tell me, yeah, I'll go look into to see if it's legit.
But I guess the problem I'm having with that is that it sounds made up, because, let me finish.
Yeah,
I know you want to interject, let me finish. The reason I think it's made up is because you agreed earlier, everyone has bias, and that algorithms often move us towards circles where we agree with each other. And I know you're called critical Canadian, but in order to break out of those, like the things that the algorithms are doing to us, you have to put in a gargantuan amount of effort. And I applaud you if that's your thing.
Yes,
but
it is. Yes.
But I would ask you, like, maybe could you clarify what's the most uncomfortable idea you've had to wrestle with in the past 3 to 6 months that's really changed your mind? I want to hear this. I want to hear critical Canadians change their mind.
Yeah, absolutely. I've had to wrestle with the fact whether or not I'm a good father over and over for the last 6 fucking years because of the parenting I've experienced and the things that I was taught that supposedly makes a good fucking parent. I have done so much fucking growing over the last 6 years. You guys have no fucking idea. The person I used to
that
be.
wasn't I'm not saying I'm sure you've been growing, as I think you're a lovely.
Do you want to see the notes? Do you want to see the notes I made just for this talk alone?
You can show me. It seems like you want to show me.
Yeah, I do, because like you're kind of like a little bit sus of the things that ways I engage.
No.
I think he's curious.
I'm curious and being supportive. I think if and I'm asking you to just describe to the audience what it looks like when your mind changes. Not that you don't grow, or I know you grow. I just want to see what the mechanics look like. What does it look like when critical, like what's in a position you have taken that you now have a reverse opinion? Like, this is simple.
Deplatforming people.
Okay, cool. Tell me more. I'm so interested.
Yeah, I walked through a lot of the arguments. I did much of what I did here. I have this is how I prepared for this conversation. I found, like, I discussed things that I thought that you might give me counters to certain things. I put all my ideas down on paper, advice that I would give, pros, cons, notes.
I know. I'm just asking you about that sea change moment, though. Like, can you just be like tell us a story?
It's not instantaneous. Are you asking for the I don't?
That's right. That's right. It's not instantaneous. That's kind of my point. Sea changes are slow and discursive.
That's not the point. That's not the thing we're discussing. We're discussing about fact checking or questioning the opinions that people are giving us. You're saying that you have people that if they were to give you advice or opinions, you wouldn't challenge that because you trust them so full-heartedly. And I'm telling you, I don't have people like that. I don't have people that I trust with 100%.
Can I explain to you why I might have that position?
Sure, go ahead.
I do a lot of improv I do some improv, and one of my favorite things about it is this state of mind where you don't know what's next. and your footing's a bit unsteady. And sometimes when we get advice, like let's say this expert doctor who is challenging our mother's meat and potatoes regimen, we feel uncertain. And I have made it a strong effort to cultivate that uncertainty, that curiosity, because oftentimes I find that when I'm confused about something, if I let it sit for a couple days, I get a couple sleeps in, I think about it, I'll come out the other side with a much better view. I'll understand where that person was coming from and why they felt it was necessary to intervene and, let's say, offer advice, or in another example, I asked them for advice and they gave it, in 2 different situations. So that's all I'm saying. Like, it's healthy and wise to have people in your life who say things that come at you from such an angle, it takes you days, sometimes weeks to digest that. And in that moment of period, you are kind of in this state of shit. Expert just said something that I really trust, but I've been doing this. And you have
This is literally nothing I disagree with, and something that I'm engaging in, and I just told you that I engage in.
But then I'm confused why you don't applaud or have people in your life who serve that role, who it's not you pushing your
advice givers. I have those people, but I don't take their advice on face value. I look into it myself.
Well, sure, okay.
Do you have people in your life that you take the advice at face value and do no other digging to see if the advice is like actually coherent or correct before you actually start processing and digesting that?
I want to hop in here.
Is this universe made of facts?
No.
He wants his. I have an answer.
That question first.
Don't tell Sam to fuck off. He's being very polite.
No,
I'll answer the question.
I tell him all the time.
And the answer is very simply, I just had it. Not all things can be debased into facts. And sometimes we have to make choices even when we don't have all the information. And yeah, absolutely, you can have some people be your guides who you don't feel the need to fact check them because you trust them. Like, that's a beautiful thing. And I hope everyone can find someone in their life that they trust. And it usually, like, if it blows up in your face, then yeah, you should probably be fact checking and questioning just how much you're trusting that person. But to me, it's like a gradient. If you ever get to a part in your life where you're like max gradient with someone, you're like, yo, they've been 100% for so many years. Yeah, you trust them at face value for sure.
Yeah, I don't think people get to 100% value, but okay.
Okay.
I want to hop in here because I think before that was said, I thought that would be a great place to start ending closing statements.
Yeah.
Just restate your position on where you should find your trusted information from, or correct information, whichever you interpret it from. And XqC, you can go ahead and
please.
Start.
Oh, okay. Is that
the original topic? The original topic, or
yeah?
Wait, I don't know. We should go to original topic. No.
Yeah, I think we're gonna. I think the original topic is like,
let's collapse
should
this.
Should she be IRL streaming down the
Yeah.
street as she's receiving doxing and harassment?
Right,
Let's
exactly.
end this kind of topic and then ask a little bit with a little bit of time we have left.
Yeah. Let's head home.
Just so we can summarize, because that's what this has mainly been about.
Sure.
So, what's both of your opinions on what is the best way to get the best advice?
Develop trust in people who have given you good advice. No, Susie?
Okay.
How to give the best advice?
No, get.
Where to get the best advice from?
Yeah, where?
Where to get I think the best advice can come from anybody, honest to God. Sometimes there are people that we don't even know on the internet. Personally, I don't know Zen. Personally, I don't know Ice Beans. Like, I know them on an internet sense, right? But I don't know them personally or to the same degree that I know, like, my family members. But there's still really good advice that they can give me. There's even really good advice you can get out of comment sections and things like that. If there's something, maybe an angle you're not seeing, maybe you're taking things a little bit differently, that you can stop and kind of like assess maybe how you're doing something when somebody comments on something. It could be that Will the chatter jumps into my chat and asks me a question and allows me to think about something differently, or he gives me a piece of advice that says you can go do this. I think the reality is good advice can come from anybody, and it's more deals with the advice that somebody is giving you and how you can kind of look into it and kind of digest it and fact check it in the real world with other people and shoot bounce ideas off other people. I don't think it's always necessarily trusted sources. As somebody that is obviously you know, I'm literally not trying to do this, but it is just since we're talking about trust, you will have parents that kids will trust, but those parents will do and give the worst advice possible because they're manipulative, or, you know, there's issues, or maybe they're, you know, abusive in some regard, right? So there are times where you might have people that are in a place of trust but are giving you really bad and really dangerous information. So that's why I think sometimes just basing the information that you take and input into your life based off trust can be a little bit of a rocky road that you have to be very, very cautious of. So
Yeah, assess claims. What is it?
Okay.
Let's go back to Soviet era. Trust but verify.
So before the end of this conversation, I do want to make
We each
sure,
have to-
because this is the thing that prompted everything.
Mm.
The CC Be Weird Bridge. How do both of you view that standing?
Bridge?
Oh yeah, he wants to chat again. You can fucking jump right back in. I'll argue with him. So I don't mind.
Yeah, my only contention was like, we were replying, we were doing it back and forth, and then you exited that conversation to quote tweet me, and I'm like, yo, you know, you're not talking about people, you're talking about me, say it, and then you did, and I'm like, I lost
To be fair,
respect.
it was not a quote
was
tweet.
weird.
It was a subtweet. And the reason I
okay.
subtweeted
I'm
was
like-
so that if I had any followers that were going to comment, they would comment without any of the comments coming back towards you. Because I wanted people to discuss the general idea, because you're not the only one that engages with it. Okay. And if you go look at my Twitter, a lot of things are just general discussions about ideas that I see, and aren't always necessarily quote tweets directed at people, because I don't always like to do that. Sometimes if I'm having a discussion with somebody, I like to keep that separate from the new discussion that I want to start with the people that engage with my tweets.
Okay.
That is why I did that. And then when you came in and told me, well, if you're just going to call me a disgusting person, just fucking do it, I'm going to pull that trigger probably every fucking time.
That's
First off,
embarrassing.
I don't
You just
fucking like
embarrassed
being
yourself.
told to do. Okay, that really fucking bugs me.
That's fair.
Okay, so
Yep.
if somebody's like, "Well, just do it," then I'll fucking do it. Okay.
Ouch.
Trust me, my parents, when they tried to get me to do my homework, I almost failed grade like 10 and 11 because they're like, "You have to do your homework. You got to do this shit." And I was like, "No, I don't." So I just didn't do it. you
Yeah?
know, So you
Wow.
gotta, yeah.
I would encourage you that in public spaces, your word is your bond, and it's very quick and easy to lose respect in this space, and people are so quick at the banhammer, and I didn't have that space in my mind that you would go there, and you did, and I was like, WTF, mate? Like, really? Okay.
Yeah, I think to some degree that the online spaces have become very insular, and we can't, like, any sort of pushback or any sort of like aggression or kind of dissent is often met sometimes quickly with a ban button. So and I get why people do it 100%. You're totally free to operate your platform with that deal. I don't mind a little bit of confrontation. I don't mind a little bit of arguing.
No,
You know, I come from a little bit of a family that we can scream and yell at each other, and 10 minutes later we're playing fucking
Same.
Scrabble. So
Yeah,
it's
same.
just how, I guess, like you said, how you're all raised and things like that. So
Yeah, I guess to bring it back.
Now,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead then.
I have a personal question, because this is what prompted this entire conversation.
Sure.
Okay.
CC, do you notice a pattern with this kind of event happening with a lot of people?
I sure do.
And are you happy with this kind of outcome where people that you might get good conversations out of end up blocking you?
Yeah, because I don't think we'll end up having probably good conversations. I think the fact that Beware didn't block me kind of points out the fact that we could have kind of more uncomfortable confrontational conversations.
I hovered.
Yeah, that still allow us to have like friendly and cordial relationships. I think one thing that is really toxic in this space, and I think it needs to die with like cancer radiation, needs to be the fact that just because you have like drama and disagreements and aggression and
Thanks for the
arguments
follow and
doesn't
pursuit of
mean that
knowledge.
you
How you
can't
doing?
also be cordial on the other side once that argument is done. Like I very much doubt, like, now if I see B-word like commenting on Twitter after being like, "Oh, that CC guy, he's just a Canadian cuck," or something like that, like, yeah, okay, we're gonna have an issue, right? But like moving forward, you know, I might discuss a few things, but it won't be directed towards Bayward. It'll be more of like general ideas.
Yo, man, attack my ideas. I'm sure you're fine with that. It's just like once it gets
Yeah.
personal, it's like there's no gain. The trust goes like this, and I'm sorry I goaded you into it. I just like had a different opinion of you at the time.
Yeah, that's fine.
Going back to like the main topic, we were talking a lot about like expertise, trusting and whatnot, and I think like it was a helpful example to think about like that ladder situation, or to think about like how people move away and how you can be getting advice. And from what I understand, you're like, I assess all advice as neutral, and I take it each at a time. I guess my question to you is that like, my brain is a pattern recognition machine. Like, there's a reason
as we all are. Yep.
Yeah, there's a reason stereotypes exist. Like, the brain tries to chunk information into categories. So I'm surprised to hear you do otherwise. You want to expand on that a little bit? Like, is that been a struggle? Is that a conscious choice? Are there any, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know how you, because for me, Freedom Convoy is in the category of Looney Tunes. Liberals are in the category of political party and power. You know what I mean? Like, and so if I meet a lib, I might expect certain things about their arguments and the quality of their arguments and this stuff. Same thing with like operation security or giving advice. If I don't know someone, it's really hard for me to figure out what their expertise is and whether I should trust their advice or not. They could just be saying words on a page. That's a lie.
So me and Zen have actually had this conversation in the past, how I'm able to like compartmentalize things that kind of come towards me and how I deal with those things. A lot of times the way I've kind of come to think of it or visualize it is like I'm standing at an assembly line. Okay, I'm standing there. There's a conveyor belt, and ideas kind of come down the conveyor belt. It's put in front of me. I deal with that box. Maybe I got to take certain things out of that box, put it back in, close the box. It goes down the assembly line. Another idea comes down, another person, another situation. I have to deal with that box. Now, there are experiences and ideas that I have dealing with other boxes down the way, right? But I have to deal with the box in front of me as it comes down. I can't always just automatically defer to the other boxes that I've dealt with.
But where are the boxes of indigenous wisdom? What happened to those boxes?
With indigenous wisdom?
Yeah. When
if you want to help me deal with those boxes, I've never dealt with those boxes.
So in this
Can you
conveyor
qualify that
belt
statement a little bit?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I'm kind of confused too.
In this conveyor belt analogy, the boxes are just coming down. But some boxes might have more value because, let's say, they've been forcibly excised from the conversation. Not all ideas that we receive come to us in a neutral way. Ideas about white supremacy come with the power of institutional support sometimes.
Okay, I have absolutely no fucking idea what that has to do with anything.
Let me rephrase. You gave an analogy about a conveyor belt and how you assess claims one at a time. I'm asking you to question where those boxes are coming from. And if we live in a country like Canada, where many of our native indigenous folk have died, I'm sorry if this bothers you or concerns you. This is our history.
No.
But just take the very simple analogy. There's fewer of them, so they're inputting less into the conveyor belt. You're seeing their ideas less. You're assessing it more rarely. It's less familiar.
Engage with every community at the same level to the same degree?
No, I already said that with the
How
Freedom
could
Convoy.
You possibly expect that I'm going to be able to do that?
You said you did.
Once
You
again,
said you
hang on,
assess
hang on,
all
once
claims
again.
neutrally.
Yeah, when they come to me down the fucking conveyor belt, that's why I said it.
And I'm telling you that conveyor belt is not neutral. That conveyor belt's not neutral. You're assuming it's neutral because it just happens to support views that you grew up in.
Bad ideas coming down that pipeline. There might be more good ideas than bad ideas, but the pipeline that is feeding me the ideas, I can't control that, right? I'm on social media. There is algorithms. I have to deal with ideas as they come to me.
I'm saying that if you ideas that come to you, they don't come from nowhere. They come from people. They come from people who lived.
Okay, well then how should I better come to deal or engage with ideas? How should I better come to find those?
So in this analogy, there might be a possible blind spot in that you might have to put you might have to put in a bit more effort to figure out if maybe there's a flaw in the input. Like maybe the ideas coming to you through your timeline, your Facebook or what have you need some purposeful action to go seek new.
How much effort do you think I'm doing right now? How do you know how much effort I'm putting in to find new ideas and engage with new things?
I don't know. I think you can assess that for yourself. If you think you're doing good, then awesome.
Hang on. Cool. Because by saying I think you need to do it more, you have like a baseline already established in your brain because you have no idea how much I do it, how much I engage with new ideas, how much I research, how much I read. Right?
No, I don't. I assume as a critical Canadian, you would be exceptionally open to any new interpretations of critical thought. So for you to be arguing with me on this is kind of odd.
What is the critical thought that I'm missing?
That some ideas are purposefully scrubbed out of the conversation and that we should give them maybe a different valuation.
What idea have I scrubbed out of this valuation or conversation?
You haven't scrubbed any ideas at all?
What ideas have I scrubbed out then? How do you know I'm scrubbing out ideas and not engaging with them?
I didn't say that. I'm not saying you are doing anything wrong.
You
I'm
are.
saying
You are. You're saying I'm not. You're saying I'm not doing something. So I'm asking you how you know I'm not doing it.
okay. Let me rephrase so that we can understand one another.
Okay.
You call yourself critical Canadian. One way I find interesting to think about critical thought is to question, where do ideas come from? Now, I'm putting to you the very simple point that when there's fewer people of a certain perspective, let's say indigenous folk that have had hardship in our countries, that their ideas will have less cultural relevance and therefore make it to your eyes to be assessed like less often. And so there's
How do you know that has okay? Well, are you saying that has happened to me, or are you saying things like that has happened to me?
I'm saying in terms of math, when there are fewer people, there are fewer ideas generated by those
Okay.
people.
How
You
do
can argue with
know
me
that
all
you're
you
not
want.
Doing, hang on. How do you contradict that then? Because it's
I-
going to be the same for
sure.
you.
Absolutely. I read the summary of the Truth and Reconciliation support
Okay,
as a
I,
starter.
we've gone through it on. Yeah, we've gone through it on stream, the interactive map and everything. Okay.
Right. So that's a great example of how you have like tried to change the conveyor belt. So I don't think
I haven't changed the conveyor belt. No.
Or the
conveyor
input,
belt's
at
not the
least
same
into it.
because ideas are being fed down to me, right? That the analogy isn't where is the conveyor belt being fed from.
Oh, I
the
guess so.
analogy is ideas arrive to me and I deal with them as they arrive to me.
You're right. You haven't done anything to like the people who wrote the summary would be the ones tinkering with the conveyor belt. You're just someone receiving the information. So thanks for going on that detour for me. I'm just trying to explore.
That's a very important. Hang on, that's a very important detour because you are just as subjective to everybody at the end of your conveyor belt that is
Yeah, of
feeding you
course.
ideas
Yeah, of
as
course.
I am. So I'm asking you how you counteract that, and you're like, "Well, I go read these things." So do I.
Cool.
Okay, so what's something
Awesome.
else?
So we agree.
What's something else?
I'm confused why you're taking an antagonistic tone on something we agree on. I'm really
Well,
confused.
because you're telling me I'm not. Well, it's because you're
No, I'm
telling me
not.
I'm not doing something.
No, I'm
You are,
not.
You are.
I
Yes.
raised a question. I'm like, hey, have you considered this aspect? And you're like, yeah, I totally have. Cool. All right, let's move on.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
Awesome.
Well,
Awesome.
Well, hang on. What other ways? Because of just reading. Because we both do that.
Talking
I'm
to
not
people,
entirely- I'm not-
talking to people who are different than you,
Yep, I do that.
learning new. I'm not.
Yep.
I don't.
I don't. So,
I'm not
so my
questioning
issue
you.
is
I'm not questioning
No,
you,
but
CC.
I don't
I'm not.
understand what the point was. I don't understand what the point was. Why you bring it
Because
up?
I wanted to further the conversation around critical analysis.
Well, the way to do that would have been a more of curiosity thing. You could have asked me, "Oh, what do you do to inform yourself on different ideas that might not be fed to you by algorithms?" Right? That would have been the curiosity thing, right? Because then instead of stating maybe positions or making it sound like I don't do things, which it kind of did make it sound like that. you
Okay,
could have
sorry for
asked
that
me what the
interpretation.
what things that I do or engage in to
I could have done better.
challenge the ideas that are fed to me
Yeah,
through algorithms
sure.
and stuff like that. And then I would refer you back to the way that I don't 100% trust the sources that are always fed to me, whether they're family, friends, or online. And I always try to do double, due diligence to the best of my fucking ability to challenge the ideas that are being presented before me.
Okay, I could have done better. I don't know why you're lecturing me on this. Got really transfixed
Well,
on the
you just
visual.
tried to lecture me on trying to challenge my abilities. I think it's only fair that I return the lecture.
I'm sorry, when I say I'm raising a critical question, that doesn't sound like a lecture. It sounds like I am raising a question.
No, it absolutely was a lecture. Yes, you were trying to lecture on me on ways that I should seek to challenge my ideas without knowing how I actually go about that. That is
just
what
the-
you did. You
the-
can just not, but that's fine.
The analogy you gave made me have a question whether there was a flaw in the analogy, and I was just like, oh, let's
but
push this forward. Let's
you
see
didn't have
if
a
we.
question. You didn't ask. No. You didn't ask how I was receiving the boxes on my conveyor belt. You kind of.
I'm
assumed
sorry.
that I was
I'm
really
so
understanding
sorry. I
it.
didn't ask you the curious way. I'm sorry.
Why-
Like what? What
why
is
is this
this? Why are you upset?
Nothing.
Okay,
Why are you upset?
I'm not.
Really quick,
You
there
mad?
are two
You mad?
statements
Mad?
that are true
Exactly.
at the same time. I will say, be weird that your original question did come off a little bit antagonistic when I first
Okay.
heard it.
Sure. Thanks
So I
for
think,
clarifying that. Sorry about that.
As when it came on, you tried to change that antagonistic tone, and I don't think CC fully recognized that and continued with the original tone. Just to make sure, I do understand where CC's coming from with the antagonism, but I think the question is valid to come from initially.
Well, it is a valid question, but he didn't frame it in a way the question, but that's fine.
Okay.
And then I think he tried to reframe it, and that didn't work too well, essentially.
Try to reframe it
Either
in like a form of
way,
a lecture and not a question bank, but that's okay. Go ahead.
It is. You had to mention that you had to go soon, CC. So
Yeah,
I
I
want to
should
make
be.
sure that
Okay. Can we
we're not,
finish?
I have many times carried you over conversation. Far
True.
longer
Yeah,
than it should have lasted.
we've had some lengthy conversations. How long does this one ran now? Holy shit, 2.5 hours.
So
Who got the massive L? Chat,
I-
me or
it
CC
seemed
on that
like
one?
there was a little bit of a sentiment that we didn't address what we originally came here to talk about. If you guys want to have another conversation, maybe Ice Beans and I can take turns moderating, and we can each have a different conversation. Whatever you guys want to do. I
maybe.
thought this was pretty productive, and I'm happy with the direction that it went, even if it wasn't the initial idea of where it went from. And just to make sure, since we are both on
Discourse.
since everyone is on each other's channels, just make sure everyone gets the chance to shut themselves out, because we didn't do that at the beginning.
Oh, for sure.
Take the lead, CC.
Be
please.
weird. Okay. I'll let CC then. What is your channel information, Mr. Critical Canadian?
My name is Critical Canadian. You can find me on most social media platforms, particularly twitch.tv/Critical Canadian.
All right, and be weird.
I do stuff.
Hey everybody, you can find me on Twitch, Twitter, the Tactic, the Facebook. I run a poetry slam first Saturday of every month in the city. You can find me for news and politics in the morning, and music and poetry and cooking and all sorts of weird stuff. So come on, hang out, lovely community, and we hang out most mornings.
Based.
All right. Whoever uploads this video first, I will bully him into watching it on stream.
Right?
And
Where's Heem in the chat? Didn't even show up in chat.
It's
No, it's
apparently his birthday weekend.
Oh, we
Yeah.
should wish him a happy birthday then. It was birthday, man.
Yes,
No,
this
he
is
wasn't
a
here.
happy birthday
Give him a
debate
birthday
for him.
shout out.
True. Yeah,
birthday
he,
shout-
he
he
tried to
gets 1 year
vulture this
younger now.
conversation. All right. What we will bully him in. I would enjoy watching his. Take
No,
on this
bullying's
one.
wrong.
With that,
Don't bully.
True,
do you have
don't
a
bully.
statement to that, CC? Okay.
What the fuck, Sen? Why would you bully people? That's disgusting.
I'm so sorry. Okay. I just
I'm
want
gonna go cancel you right now. I'm actually tweeting
okay.
about it.
We should all go cover the Sliker controversy. That shit is wild. If you haven't heard,
Wait, yeah, no, I.
it is
did see something
insane.
on
That's
it.
what I'm gonna go check out right now. It's like he's been allegedly asking a bunch of people for money, and now all the
Oh,
evidence
that
is
the guy
coming
who was
out.
Asking for money. and
Oh,
was
it's
like,
good.
"Yeah, I'll pay you back in like
Oh,
a month or two, and it's
no.
like 2 years later.
But it's the same copy pasta over and over, so everyone's got a video clip. It's awesome.
What a giga chat, Jesus.
Oh, jeez. So
All
thanks so
right,
much,
I will
Sen,
catch
for
both of
moderating.
you later.
Yeah, Sen, you were great.
Yeah.
Thanks so much for doing this.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you.
All right, bye,
I'm
Susie.
glad I was able to do a good Ice Beans.
Hey guys. Bye, be weird.
Okay, chat. Let the shit talking commence. How did I do? How did I do? Yeah, I get that the talking about Native Americans, man, was a bit of a left turn, but it seemed pretty clear to me that like the use of the word neutral was just doing so much heavy lifting. I just couldn't anymore. It's just like, bro, nothing's neutral. Are you insane? Ideas don't come on a conveyor belt. They are pushed by people. They're pushed by people with agendas who think they know better than you, who have advice, you know? Everybody's got advice. Like, come on. Man, Dr. Oz would be out of business if he couldn't give people advice. Anyways, what do you think? That was my first proper blood sport debate. I think I gave as good as I got. Thanks to the new follows. Sorry I wasn't reading chat as much as I probably could have been. I wanted to stay focused. It's impossible to read chat at the same time. But yeah, that was a fun stream. That was different, I guess. I'm curious what L's I took. I don't think I took too many. I was speaking pretty fucking like mealy mouth because he kept serving up these really hyper contextualized, like, or no, non-contextualized. It's just like all these really vague pronouncements of morals, and I'm like, okay, yeah, I don't think people, I don't think that's how people behave. But I guess he feels like he knows better, and therefore he can give advice. And I guess that happens. Sometimes you feel like you have the expertise and, you know, a little word can help solve a lot of problems, but I don't know. I got a great story for you, chat. You ready for story time? I should have told this story. I can't believe I didn't tell it. I'm such a goof. Ah. Why didn't I tell this story? Fuck. One time, I was walking up a hill to go get some exercise. I was going to the oratory. It was a beautiful day. And I saw a guy walking down the street. He didn't look too good. He's like in over a bunch of clothes and, you know, he had gloves on and he was lugging this really heavy bag. I'm like, bro, he looks like it's a hot day. I'm not wearing much. Maybe I can help, have a nice conversation, learn something about someone. We're going the same way. We're going at the same pace even. It's one of those things where you're like, it's like, okay, we're already going at the same pace. So I'm like, hey, can I help you? Can I carry your bag? He says, yeah, sure. So I start carrying it and I'm like, fuck, this thing's heavy. This is such a heavy bag. Holy cow. But I'm wrapped up in the conversation. I'm asking questions. I'm trying to figure out like who or what he is. And at a certain point, my hand starts to hurt. And I realize like he had gloves on and I don't. And I look and there's like a metal cable. It's just like a really thick metal cable. I'm like, man, what am I holding? This sucks. I am not enjoying this at all. But I'm trying to help. Let me keep going. So we go a bit further, And I go, what? Okay, what is in this thing? What's so bloody heavy? And I look and it's just a big piece of wood. It's just a log. It's the log from the log song, everybody. And I go a couple more steps and I stop and I say, hey, why is there a log in here? And he goes, oh, I like to drag that up hills for exercise. And I thought to myself, I'm such a fool. I thought I was helping. I thought I was giving advice. I thought I knew better. And that was all I was trying to impress upon Critical Canadian. He had such a strong, for someone who was critical, he had such self-assuredness. It was so funny to me to see someone on one hand saying like, oh yeah, I can know better. And on the other hand saying, I assess each claim neutrally. And it's like, do you though? Do you though? I don't know how that's possible. I just don't know how. Like even the example with the summary of Truth and Reconciliation Commission, when I thought about it, that only happened because enough political power accrued over time that voice got acknowledgement by the government. And that's why the summary got published. It never would have happened if, I don't know, if things went worse way back when, which God forbid. So I know it was an odd tack, but like, man, I can feel when someone's trying to misunderstand me because I will repeat back to them what they're saying, or I'll like just say some neutral shit just to see. You're gonna fight me on this too? Wow. Like, okay, buddy. Like, what else are you gonna fight me on? It's like, man, like that's the part I find most interesting about debates. It's like, what points do they really care about? Like it just seemed a bit just some odd places that the conversation got stuck. So I'm curious to look back on it, see how well I did in terms of remaining calm. I know I'm a very reactive and like over performative, but mostly because I'm just laughing really hard. Just laughing, and I don't want to be impolite and like actually laugh really hard. So I'm just trying to keep it contained. But hey, I guess I do stuff that is silly and people laugh at me too. So, you know, you get what you give. He had some blinders on that I saw. There were some pretty crazy. So there's some pretty blinders on there that are like, bro, you think people logic their way through lives? Like, have you lived? Like, you're a father? Like, how? This doesn't make any sense. Kids don't have logic. Kids don't even have logic. It's like not even there. Fuck. There was a part you guys got to, human component, and he kind of went, I've never looked into that about myself. Wait, what? What was that part? I remember trying to bring it to like some spiritual, empathetic places to see if that would get any distance, but I don't think it went like as well as I thought it would have. Like a lot more hard-nosed. But then again, like if you're Like, I think one of the problems with calling yourself, like, critical Canadian is that so much of being critical is about empathy. It's not actually... like, that's, I think the part I should have made harder was that being critical is about understanding, seeing the other person's perspective, and then applying the expertise. And I just, like, had a hard time getting that across, I guess. Like, that so much of how you understand what you know about life isn't logical, is emotional, is based in old traumas and wounds and scars. Like, where's the humanity, man? He got upset and misread it. It was around the box part. Yeah, that felt like it went from we were flying good, and then was I really that aggro? Like, come on. This is somebody who had just said, no, I know the criticism sandwich, potato band plug, and it actually, when I read into research, it's not as straightforward. It has some negative effects too. You actually have to trust the person who's giving it and respect that the criticism they can provide is relevant to the situation, which was half of the discussion about expertise. And that's kind of like, I saw that comment and it was a good one and it would have been helpful. I just didn't grab it quick enough. He was right there with which part? With the box thing? Yeah, I don't know why that was such an upsetting, confusing thing. It's like, I've read the summary too. And it's like, cool, awesome. Then you're doing the work. Great, dude. That's all I wanted to say, was just like, oh, in this analogy, it looks like we can build on the analogy. Like, have you thought of it this way? But like, where my curiosity started was with the visual analogy, and where I ended was different, right? Because you build your sentences as you go. Fuck, man, that's another thing I should have brought up. Language. You don't even know the end of your sentences sometimes, chat. You ever start a sentence, you don't know the end of it? Fuck off, we are all logical human beings. I feel like he's not the type to open up, and I'm a very, like, trying my hardest to... I mean, this is a very impersonal platform, right? Like, we're through a screen, but, like, it's all about that opening up. Just a very contrarian mindset. Holy cow, man. Like, I don't know how much more lovey-dovey I could have been. Like, I know it takes two to tango, and I don't like, I have to give back as good as I get, right? Like, you just can't take shit in this world. But, damn, man. Like, sometimes we were arguing over some pretty straightforward stuff. But yeah, we can check out that debate. Hopefully he checks it out, and we can hang out in Heem's chat and, like, you know, have a fun time about it. My only takeaway really is that CC put up and did not shut up. And for me, he wins my respect. I didn't hear him apologize or take back personally attacking me. I apologize for baiting him. I did not hear an apologize for pancake meets waffle. So again, missing that empathy bit. It's one thing to say, oh, I care so much about critically understanding other people, but when a moderator says to you, like, hey man, aren't you concerned about people banning you about some of your takes? It's like, that's a warning sign. When someone says to you, hey, I'm sorry I goated you, and you don't apologize for doing the bad thing, like, you lose some of my respect. If I have a choice, like, I'm going to be assessing your expertise now in terms of being an above board debater. Like, you know, like, as soon as you dip below that line and it becomes personal, I now have the question in my brain, that seed of doubt. Can I trust that person? And we're right back to our question of trust and expertise. The pop psych angle you take is very annoying in a debate. Okay, can you tell me more? Pop psychology is kind of dumb. So if I was doing that, then yeah, tell me some more. Any particular pop psych angles I took that are kind of silly in retrospect, that are worth chatting about? I often will try any kind of angle, whatever comes up in my mind. If it's spiritual, if it's mathematical. I made a mathematical argument that he was arguing with me. I just could not. I could not. Ah! I've had this argument with someone else before and went through the same reaction. Like, motherfuck. It's just numbers. If there's less humans, there's less ideas. Like, come on. That's not a hard one. This is just a poof. Okay. Yeah, if you don't remember, we could check it out in Heem stream later if he ever covers it. We should go wish him Fio's birthday, man. The general attitude of do better. Yo, I was getting that. I I hope I never said do better, because I don't like saying you should. And like I said at the beginning, any sentence that starts with you should, probably starting off wrong. But I got a whole bunch of do better arguments, like, why didn't you make yourself more clear earlier? And it's like, sorry, my guy, these are the words I'm constructing in the moment. This is how language works. Thought to lips to tongue to air to ear. You know, I don't know how to make it faster. You want it right now? You're gonna get it unvarnished. Like, I did basically said that at the end. No, I'm just trying to raise. It's called problematizing. Problematizing is the official academic term for what I was trying to do at the end of that conversation. I was trying to problematize his metaphor, which is to say, ask specific critical questions about the way he expressed himself to see if we can learn a bit more about that construct, that metaphor that was being used, the conveyor belt. And I took issue with the conveyor belt because of what I know about our feeds, about how the feeds are the conveyor belts and how biased they are on history and Canada's history, like such an obvious thing. And I think that's where it derailed, which was unfortunate. But to me, that seems obvious. If you want to go with the conveyor belt analogy, it seems like some conveyor belts are bigger and faster and larger than others, and that some ideas come to us from positions of privilege and power, and you have to do a bunch of work, which, to CC's credit, he has done, to go seek out those smaller. I just wanted to build on the metaphor. That's all I wanted to do. I just wanted to build on it, guys. I just wanted to say, oh, that's a fun idea, but like, can we make it better? Can we make this idea better? Not you do better, but can we make, that's the problem right there. I wanted to make the idea better, the visual metaphor better, but he was hearing, wait, you're criticizing how I come to understand ideas? You're telling me to do better? So I think that's where the aggro would have been coming from. It burned, lol. That's cool, that's fine. I'm here to take some W's, take some L's, that's how we learn. All I care for is that I did not say anything I like truly regret. I was not mean-spirited or bad faith. That's kind of like the bar you try to hold yourself. It's hard when you're in the moment and you're feeling like feels, right? You didn't come across saying that. I think a lot of people haven't grappled yet with the very abstract idea that a huge amount of ideas are lost because of colonialism. Like, it's a very simple, straightforward argument, but if you haven't heard it before, it's definitely left field shit. But like, come on, that seems pretty straightforward. Like, what are we gonna say? Indigenous people's viewpoints are mainstream? Like, come on, no, come on. And what have we lost when that was not part of the discourse? And maybe these conveyor belts are not so neutral. That's all I'm trying to say. We inherit ideas in a non-neutral fashion. That's what I was trying to say. And if I had said that, it would have been more open. It would have led to a more, constructive conversation. But I went into a very clear example, and everybody got their backs up. And it's like, what are you, like, what? What's up? Yeah, like, what's up? Like, I know I'm coming at you from, like, left field, but I'm called Be Weird. Like, come on. But, it wasn't obvious, and once people get their backs up, I did explain myself, I think, clearly 3 times over, but, once you've heard it one way, it's hard to get out of that thinking and then re-listen again and reconstruct. Yeah, constructs. Yeah, exactly. Social constructs, schemas, there's a bunch of different terms for it. Fucking call them themes. The recent mainstreaming of like indigenous beliefs is like an example of how society is trying to like course correct. And I think that's an example of how it's not neutral. There are political, economic, legal forces at play here. That seems so brutally obvious. Ideas don't spring out of the ether. They come from people who band together, who, do the thing. But hey, let's get off this. Let's go to some awesome content, which is, of course, the incredible developing situation right now. There's some stuff I saw live, and there's a bunch of new footage that dropped. And it is the Sliker downfall watch party, everybody. So we're going to see what it's like when a bunch of people get together and offer their advice that, hey, maybe this guy isn't above board, and the advice they're giving has such high quality evidence that everybody thinks that they are truly experts. Oh man, I'm gonna be like this the whole stream. Oh god, kill me, chat. I can't. No, wait, don't do that. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. I'm joking, Twitch. I'm joking, Twitch. I'm just joking. We have fun though, don't we, chat? As long as you had fun and you felt entertained, then I'm happy. Kiwi Farms is still active, by the way. Yeah, a lot of those claims are really frustrating. Like, that was just gobsmacking. Oh, who knows? Kiwi Farms might be doing better. And it's like, are you going to retreat to the hypothetical every time? Like, come on. Kiwi Farm says RE their hack. Yeah, let's take a look. Thanks for the linky. I just got to bring up the correct window. All right, there you go. I probably brought up the wrong window. Definitely brought up the wrong window. Let's go like this. Hope the music wasn't too loud. And we can do this again if y'all enjoyed it. I enjoy debate. It can be very cringe at times. Like, I can do cringe. I witness cringe. Cringe is, it's, you know, it's inevitable. So it's kind of why I'm like not super, I'd rather have like constructive conversations. I mean, a lot of it was very constructive, but like debate style can lead to non-constructive. People getting their backs up. Kiwi Farm says, RE their hack. Assume your password for Kiwi Farms has been stolen. Assume your email has been leaked. Assume any IP you've used on your Kiwi Farms account in the last month has been leaked. You know what? Why didn't Kiwi Farms have better operation security? Golly gee, I should give them some advice. I'm gonna be memeing like this all day. It's so stupid. This statement regards user impact. Assume your password. Honestly, there were so many silly talking points coming from CC. I didn't notice any major blunders. Oh, cool. Nice potato blend. I thought there was huge amount of L's. I felt like at least a half dozen major L's. And he tried to pass it off as like memeing or joke, but didn't sound like a joke. Like, I don't know what the joke was, like, other than a person who's like this is what you shouldn't say, haha. And it's like, you're trying to be sincere right now in a debate. You're trying to do the opposite of joking. Debating is the opposite of joking, unless your joke is like part of the point. Or a koan. I got a koan off and nobody seriously objected and let me finish the whole fucking thing. Like, props to CC and Sen. Oh my gosh, the tone policing. Like, stop. I at some points I thought I couldn't get a word in edgewise. It was like, nothing frustrates me more. This is the sign of bad faith for the future, chat. If someone asks you a question and they don't listen to the full answer, they didn't care about your perspective. It's just set up. It's just set up for the next question. Yeah. It's just set up. He's not, that's like an indication. It's like a little yellow flag. You're like, not sure this person actually does care. And that was kind of the vibe I was getting when it was like, you're talking over the answer you requested. I'm trying to give it to you. Would you like the thing? Yeah, just kind of, sort of. But I mean, maybe he's new to this and we can always be forgiving or whatever, as I expect to be forgiven. The attacker had access to my admin account, probably through session hijacking by bypassing password and two-factor authentication. He would have been able to access user data, and Zen4o provides a way to export user lists with information that is precisely email, username, last activity, register date, user state, post count, and if they are staff. Bro, in this access.log entry, oh no, the access log. For the only attempt made to export this information, he tried to export 120,000 users at once. This caused it to crash. Oh, I can take off this silly hat now. I didn't make as many pro-freedom arguments as I'd hoped. I'm going to be perfectly honest. I think I only made one pro-freedom argument. I wore that stupid hat the whole time. But I did reference it a few times. Yeah, I think that was another L Yeah, like this looks like they got absolutely roasted. Absolutely roasted. And I'm just so confused why someone would be upset that bad people got bullied off the internet. It's like, fuck those people. Police weren't bullying them off. Why do they deserve a space? Like, what up? Like, shitty people should be allowed to just wage campaigns to get, like what? Do you realize the permission structure you're allowing? This can get real bad. Yeah, neutral. Fucking neutral. I'm fucking dead. Oh, fuck. That broke me. That broke me. And Sen asked that question, right? I didn't ask that question. Sen said it. Because how they were bullied off was based on lies. Yeah, if those were lies, then why did Cloudflare do the thing? Cloudflare, who like is widely recognized as not willing to, like literally in their own statement. You can just read this for yourself, my guy. Like, you don't have to take it on someone's word. You don't have to say like it was based on false evidence. Just read the statement from Cloudflare. What do you think public pressure is? What do you imagine that is? Do you think a bunch of people saying this person picks their nose is substantially different from this person engages in willful and harmful behavior? Do you see how those two things are different? They can both get mass reported and like one is legit and the other isn't. Like, you know what I mean? So like when you read Cloudflare's, this should end all doubt. This is it. This is our best source of information. Being asked to like provide stats, like what a ridiculous thing. We have blocked Kiwi Farms. Visitors to any of the Kiwi Farm sites that use any of Cloudflare services will see a Cloudflare block page and a link to this post. Kiwi Farms may move their site to other providers and in doing so come back online. That was Cece's point. But we have taken steps to block their content from being accessed through our infrastructure. It's almost like walls work, unfortunately. This is an extraordinary decision for us to make, and given Cloudflare's role as an internet infrastructure provider, a dangerous one that we are not comfortable with. That's for you in pursuit of knowledge. We don't know that Kiwi Farms did it, but who else? Fill in the gaps. This is kind of like evolution stuff. This is the god of the gaps argument almost. Like, oh geez, we don't have a complete fossil record, therefore humans are monkeys. You know, like you can make inferential judgment. Most criminal cases do not have a smoking gun. I mean, even I think the point that's made is that a smoking gun is actually an inference. A smoking gun is inferential evidence, my guy. It's not direct evidence. And you can prove that someone killed the other person that unalived them because they're holding a smoking gun. You don't need to see the bullet and take pictures of it, get from A to B and pierce the person. You can put the story together. So when Cloudflare says we're uncomfortable, but we did it anyways because the rhetoric on the Kiwi Farm site and specific targeted threats have escalated over the last 48 hours to the point that we believe there is an unprecedented emergency and immediate threat to human life, unlike we have previously seen from Kiwi Farms. This is extremely strong language. I literally can't ask a lawyer to write a more, like, this is one of the strongest sentences I've seen on the internet in the past couple weeks. The gun in their pocket and no alibi, and they're in the room. Done. Like, this analogy doesn't work? Can you elaborate in pursuit of knowledge? Because right now I have Cloudflare saying in no uncertain terms that A, they didn't want to do this, but they absolutely had because people's lives were at danger. Like, this is a good thing, right? Like, we should all be happy that Cloudflare didn't stick to some weird principle over human life. Like, do we not care? Like that's kind of the problem I'm getting stuck on, is that if they didn't do something, they might have been morally culpable, right? You're helping spread the message, helping them organize, letting them stay around, and they're doing some really dark stuff. And the question for Cloudflare was, do we want this on our hands? And they made, I haven't listened to the podcast. No, sorry. Can you maybe tell me an argument from it? I obviously can't listen to it right now. I'm like producing content, not receiving it. And also I'm giving you like pretty much the best piece of evidence. I don't really know what we need after this point. Like that's it. That's it for me. That's a wrap. GG. I'm not really sure what we're looking for at this point. Okay, I can check it out later, but just what's the name? Is it called The Podcast? Like, what's it called? Or why should I listen to it? What's the new idea I will get? The new and true idea I may get. Because that's kind of all I care about. Let's try to check in on the extremely incredible story. LiveStreamFail is blowing up. Sliker allegedly scammed multiple viewers of his out of amounts ranging from hundreds to thousands on the promise of paying them back in 2 months, some of them dating back 2 years now. So we're going to start going through this footage. I really have to go pee and get some baklava, maybe have some tea. So I'm going to play this and I'll be right back in like 30 seconds. Blocked and reported goes over who exactly threatened Keffals. Okay, sure. It might, like, it still doesn't change very much, does it? What does that change? If Cloudflare's assessment is these people are too dangerous, what do you need? What are you looking for? Like, what are you looking for? I'm, like, super confused. Like, what more information do you need? I was banned off Twitter. Well, okay, well, Twitter makes that choice, you know? Like, because I can absolutely give to you that, yeah, it might not have been Kiwi Farms. Probably was. Most likely. It's very possible. But let's say it wasn't. I'm not really sure how that changes anything. Kiwi Farms still has a track record. Keffals is still a trans activist. Oh, man. Yeah, that was a weird... Remember that part of the conversation where CC was saying Keffals was using the deaths of other trans streamers in a cynical manner, essentially, because, like, are you okay with lies? Love them. Love lies. I basically grew up on fiction. So much of what I know about the world has actually come from fiction. Most of the growth I've done as a human has come through, like, novels. A lot of people will say to me that I'm smart, and then I'll be like, all I've done is read a bunch of fucking books that are, like, lies. So, yeah, I fucking love lies, man. Let's go. Let's go. But now let's listen to somebody use lies for bad and not for good. I'm just joking with you in pursuit of knowledge. Just trying to have some fun here. Can you hear that?
Asking my brother, please do not hate me. Please keep it personal as well. Basically, my bank account got locked. This has happened for
Goes
like
viral.
3-4 days. I've been asking around people. Sadly, tomorrow is the last day until my credit starts getting fucked up. It got locked out, and I was looking for people that actually work and that I could ask if I could borrow from, and I'll pay back. Genuinely, give me 2 months and I can pay back. If you can't, no worries, my brother. If you can, but please, don't feel forced to say yes.
Don't make that sound again.
Yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't get in the call to do this. I feel genuinely embarrassed. I've asked a few streamers, they couldn't help, and yeah, I don't mind it. It's okay. So I just went out, asked a few subs I've noticed, and yeah, that's why I also asked for your age, because I don't.
And then here comes the evidence. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O. Oopsies. Stinky. Let me see, is there any... Yeah, this is a minute clip. Let me just go to the washroom. I'll
If
be
you
right
don't
back.
mind, obviously, I'm asking you. I don't want to be rude or anything. Please do not see this as a disrespect.
Is it the same one? Or is it... There's like so many of them and they all sound the same. So I can't remember if I'm like actually showing you a different clip. Bro. There's so many of these. There's so many of them. Okay, we'll go through as many as we can. I really have to go to the washroom though. Jeez Louise. Let's be back.
Yo, Pokepray, aka Nutbutt. This is proof it's me, bro. I love it. I appreciate it, man. Thank you, man. Yo, Pokepray, aka Nutbutt. This is proof it's me, bro. I love it. I appreciate it, man. Thank you, man. Yo, Pokepray, aka Nutbutt. This is proof it's me, bro. I love it. I appreciate it, man. Thank you, man.
Sorry to leave you like that. Gotta do human things. Hydrate, all that jazz. Jesse Single
Yo,
and Katie
Pokepray,
Rizzo are both transphobes. I bet they have a very objective point of view on the whole Keffals versus KF thing. Oh, is that so? So, like, one of the questions I had, both Twitter accounts are marked red on Shinigami eyes. Okay, potato ban plug. You know, that's a really good point to make, and I'll actually take a pause. I wish I had pushed harder on this, but CC was making the point about how, like, people will dismiss offhand entire opinions, and that's why I was like, yeah, man, yeah, some people are full of shit, like chiropractors or Freedom Convoy. And I know that during, like, the 2016 election, like, I had to use mass taggers to be able to identify, like, really racist and bigoted people in r/Canada. And it got so bad, I ended up getting banned because I was just, like, had enough with these, like, horrible human beings. And as it plays out, yeah, r/Canada is widely known for having been taken over by alt-right folk, or as they're known, Canadians. And, like, for me, it's like, bro, you need that stuff. It's like armor. Like, you can't go out into the internet just eyes open for any little opinion. Like, there's some dangerous people out there that are pushing serious narratives, and they want to come off as, like, light and fluffy. And sometimes you need someone who's done the research to create something like Shinigami Eyes that's like, okay, sure. Because when I looked into it, my liberal ass totally got duped. I went, like, that, her name sounds familiar. I've heard her name in, like, regular reporting. And I looked her up and I'm like, oh shit, she's been cited in this publication and that publication. I guess she's fine. But Potato Band Plug, who has some expertise on the matter, which is why I might investigate your claim to see if it's worth trusting. Probably not going to be very hard. Just got to do, like, what? Evidence of transphobia from those reporters, right? It'll be easy. It's not hard. Yeah. I think like sometimes what happens is, like particularly marginalized communities can be like looking out for that because you often have to suss it out. Like it's subtle. Saying something as simple as alt left, for instance, is like a little like indication, and it can be really quick to jump to judgment because the risk factor is so high. If you don't jump to judgment, you could get hurt. And I think that's kind of the perspective that was really lacking from CC. Was like, he says he's experienced trauma, and I of course take him at his word. And so I thought he would understand that type of perspective of like a fear towards the world, of being hyper vigilant, and how good it might feel to not have to be hyper vigilant, to have your day in the sun. And I'm really surprised like that didn't go further, which was like, yo, did Keffals not win? Did she not do a good thing? It's just neutral. Kiwi Farms is more or less certainly not as popular, but golly gee. Okay, let's look at this. This is insane. We're going to listen to the same pitch. And if anybody ever asks you in a DM for money, just give it a couple days. They really need it. They really need it. They can wait. Unless it's like actually they could prove they're homeless or... I don't know, man. Actually, now that I think about it, some trans folk get kicked out of their houses. And it's like, I need to find home right now. My parents found out I am gay. How do adulting? I am 17. Like, actually, yeah, what am I talking about? Anyways, I think that's part of why I hate this story so much, is because it preys on people like me. And I just know back in the days when Austin Show was still the Raj Royale. Wow, I don't even know that. I was watching G4 TV and Austin was, his veins were popping. It was quite the watch. So Sliker apparently has been DMing a lot of Twitch chatters and streamers, and LSF is quite literally only talking about this. It is Miskiv coming out about it, XqC, Trainwrecks. Apparently Trainwrecks gave like 10K. Botez also loaned Sliker 10K. Like, we've got a huge amount of clips to go through. So let's get to it. We saw him allegedly scamming. We saw the spiel. Let's see what else we got.
My old home.
This is gonna be.
There were 6 Mia Malkova fleshlights modeled after her butthole, and he used all of them and took all of them with him without asking.
Sir.
Every single one of them. You guys are talking about a couple bucks. This motherfucker took all of the Mia Malkova anal fleshlights like they were his fucking birthright. Motherfucker was using them like they were disposable. He used every single one. He took all of them with him. The dude's a fucking animal, dude.
Wait.
I've been holding this in for
what?
so fucking long, man.
What?
I have been holding this in for so goddamn fucking long. It feels so good to get this shit off my chest. This motherfucker took all of those all of them.
6. Oh my god. That's gonna get me age restricted on YouTube, but it was worth it.
What a piece of shit, dude.
Is that... I cannot believe he's not memeing. I cannot believe that's real. That is... Ooh, Dino Nuggies. It's just React content, so it's a good time to eat. That's why I got some baklava. I'm crying. I am crying right now. Oh my god. That is so funny. Oh god, I want to replay it, but I'm pretty sure YouTube's just gonna bring the ban hammer down. Can't be talking about a porn stars. Oh no. Sliker on his Discord saying he lost 11 Bitcoin due to gambling, 200,000K, wants to do a year-long subathon to pay people back, wagered $1 million on dual bits, never played slots, and only bet on sports. He also scammed Niman, apparently, allegedly. So let's see. This is so bad. He's done.
Did he ask me for money? Yes. He asked me for money.
Oh,
Some
yeah,
of you guys already know.
Oh,
because I saw a Yaba stream yesterday. How much?
How much?
I've borrowed money to him twice.
Yikes.
Them scammed me out of tank. Scammer,
Also,
scammer, scammer.
I haven't said this once the entire stream. If you are enjoying the show and you like what I bring to the table and you appreciated my performance on the debate or showing you hot stuff that's happening, give me a subscribe. Money me now, please. It's September. It's cheaper for you. It supports the stream. You don't get ads. There's new emotes. New stuff keep happening for the stream. I don't know what other values I bring to the table, chat. But I am gonna run a 1 minute ad now. I probably should have did that at some point. But yeah, you can avoid the ad if you subscribe or use a Twitch Prime. Running the ad now.
Scammer, 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 scammer.
Scammers, chat. Scammers. Okay, Miss Kiffs calls on Twitch to ban Gamba. I don't know if this is is this an old clip? XqC said he'll help pay back those scammed by Sliker with train wrecks if he agrees. Wow, so XqC is going to be the bank? That could be quite the arc. XqC, like, just got, like, roasted by Hassan for, you know, for kind of burning bridges and just pushing everyone away in his life. And here he is,
You know what?
saving.
I'll throw an offer out there. Okay, I'll throw a curveball, okay? And I will stick to my word. If Train wants to, if he wants to join forces with me on a 50-50 split, okay, I will refund half of everybody who has been scammed of any money. A singular dollar with proof. We'll go through all of them and we'll refund them. If she wants to go 50-50. How about that? Boom. As long as there's solid proof and the numbers add up and it gets checked on both his side
and the other side
and their side. So
Wow.
double proof, which is, I think, kind of easy to do.
Mhm.
We can do that.
That's crazy. That's a huge development. That just popped. Sliker confirms he lost the money due to gambling. This was this morning. This is what I was going to do. If I didn't have the debate, I would have been watching this live.
Ever since CSGO, not to blame, but ever since CSGO Lounge came out, it was the first time I went on that site, and it was a fun place to be on. You know, gamble skins and stuff, and wow. Eventually, I found out you could gamble with money.
Bro.
I started to gamble with money.
Bro. C'est pas bon là. C'est pas bon. C'est une mauvaise idée là. Forsons, okay, yeah, that was big news. XqC said to ban Gamba. He's anti-Gamba again.
Do you think it will affect gambling on Twitch?
Dude, just ban Gamba. Straight up.
Happy 52 months. Let's get
cry for help.
I would not even give a fuck.
Jungle. Hi, chat XqCL.
What drama with XqC and Adept? Who gives a fuck?
Oh yeah, that was the other thing I missed on, was the XqC and Adept drama, but I'm pretty sure this is way more interesting. Sliker was scamming money from new victims to slowly pay back the older ones, similar to a Ponzi scheme.
Like $2 grand, but dude, that's what he was doing. That's what I found out that he was doing, is that he was borrowing money from people, and then he was paying back other people with money that he would borrow from other people. So he'd be like extending his lend from people, or like his lend in
That's fraud, isn't it? Isn't that just fraud?
general by borrowing it back from other people.
Also, sorry I didn't see you there, Dan. Kick no sway.
Okay, so the next screenshot, he said, I've had this tax payment and I've had like 5K left. However, my bank is closed, but didn't have that much.
Wild.
You got your
Wild. Sliker ended up begging for money from his friend who's already at his lowest point because of his brother's cancer. Okay, I'm gonna try to get
like, this is like not a joke. He's like legitimately suicidal right now. Like, this is like not a joke. It's like as real as that scenario gets. I don't want to go into details of it, but it's literally as serious as it gets in terms of like depression, and he knows my entire situation. My brother had cancer, and a lot of times people who have cancer, they go through chemotherapy, they end up getting depressed. And so, yeah, I had to fly back to California because I just wanted to be with him. And he's literally pressing me. He starts pressing me while I'm legitimately trying to help out my brother while he's going through this like fucking horrible time. I'm sleeping on a goddamn couch because the living situation was super, like, dude, it was like shit from all angles, while I had to stream at the same time, and I had to do like edit a YouTube video, which if you guys don't know, it takes me a fucking long time.
I didn't think the time trial would be prepare tea in 60 seconds. All right, I'm back. Sliker also asked Jokered for money. More.
I asked if you heard about Sliker's drama. Yeah, I talked about it. He also asked me for money, but I said no. And he was like pretty persistent about it. Like he like kept like not pressuring me, but like guilt tripping me, and I was like, I just said no. This was 2 years ago.
Chad.
I'm not gonna leak DMs, but yeah, it was a bit manipulated, right? Because like he invited me to like an Among Us Discord.
Oh.
And then he transitioned from that into asking me for money.
Yikes.
And I found that really fucking weird.
Yeah.
And I was like, dude, I don't feel comfortable doing this. Like, you know, I'm about to move out, you know, like to a new apartment. I'm gonna pay like a deposit and stuff. I don't wanna like loan 1K. What's 1K? And he was like, dude, I can call you. Let's get on a call.
Dude, bro.
As in, like, yo,
Bro.
a call is gonna like.
Dude.
Come on, like it's kind of
Dude,
weird. Like I
bro.
don't want to get on
Bro.
a call.
Dude.
And then he like when he finally realized something. This was like at 3 in the morning almost, right?
Oh
When he
my
finally
God.
realized I was gonna.
That's like, yeah, that's definitely suspicious. It's like, I'm not biting this. I'm already not in on the take, and now you want to do the call. But we've seen other examples where it'll be like, I'm not too sure, and then you'll see a call, and then just his email, and it's like, oh shit. So sometimes that call worked. Let's see, PayPal, but word to my whole family, I'm not scamming you. Anytime someone says they're not doing something, I just insert in my brain, I just remove the word not. I just make sure they're not lying and projecting about their guilty conscience. I'll send you my password and shit. Like, what? What's your PayPal? I don't think you'll get it immediately, though, he says after. And there's like another audio clip. Almost 17, and yeah. Wait, you work at 16-year-olds? What the fuck, Sliker says. Yeah, it's kind of common. At 16? Bro, LMAO. And never mind, I needed a fave. But I feel you're young to ask. What is it, says Jordan. My bank got temp locked, and I need to buy my mother a plane ticket to Iraq since my GMA got corona. The plane ticket cost £575, but I don't know, man. I just don't know who to ask. I won't ask a streamer because their ego is nasty as fuck. I can pay extra. If you think I'm hacked, just call me LMAO. Like, that's somebody says, I feel you're young to ask. And then he asks, bro, I for real would, but I'm saving for a whip right now. This is peak internet. This is just peak internet. Someone getting scammed or like allegedly getting scammed into Discord, and then the other person being like, no, I'm saving for a whip. Whip it good. Yo, bro. Yo. How old are you, bro? 24. Do you work? Yes, sir. How long for? Don't worry, I'm not hacked. Sliker started the call that lasted 3 minutes. Sec. All right. Sending you a vid. Sliker started the call that lasted a minute. Like, so sus. Sussy baka. Hello? Lol, says Wolf. Yo, bro, how old are you? 20? Do you work? Yeah, why are you asking me, though? Do you know how to do TikTok vids? I need an editor. Nah, I don't. I just be watching. You notice how, like, the same opener got a very different answer? Yeah, why you ask me, though? You know how to do TikToks? What's up, Arsler? Go to school already. Do you work? No, why you ask? Yawn. Conversation over. Yo, Habibi, do you work? Nah, I just graduated. Ah, grass king. So he's not asking for moolah if they don't work. Huh? Justice says. Read the convo. I still got my issue. With my money. You can't borrow for a few days and I bust back. Nah, sorry, bro. Legit? What is the issue anyways? 200 quid for 300. Bro, CBA explaining. Long story with my accountant. You get that in 2 days or less. Or even today or tomorrow. You get extra 100 quid. I'm good for it. Bro. Alright, chat. I'm spilling hot tea on the desiccated leaves of my plant, whom I clearly have harmed, because parts of its leaves are not doing so well. And a lot of the reason why that plant is not doing well in that section is because I keep putting teapots beside it and the radiant heat is burning the vine. But hey, lovely Japanese green tea. Let's see if I burnt it. I sure did. Not too bad though. It's actually pretty good. And some Greek baklava. Yo, I'm eating good for lunch. Almost 17, and yeah. Wait, you work at 16 years old? What the F? Sliker says. Yeah, it's kind of common. Oh, we read this one. They all sound the same. They all open the same way. I'm sorry if I'm reading the same one. I think it got like linked a couple times. This was crazy. I think somebody added up all the numbers and it was huge. It was like, well, like just on this page, I can see 1,000 just in this cluster right here. 1,000, 2,000, almost 3,000 just on this page. Like this person gave so much moolah. It's been seen 44,000 times. Elon says, 2K euro from Sliker, Monka S. What did you do to him? No, I won't. Why would I? Somebody says, he's effed right now. His PayPal had 40K in it and it got locked. Damn, that's effed up. Also some problems with his accountant and stuff. So he asked me if I could help him out. Oh no, we got a conspirator, everybody. Somebody who's in on the plot. That's what we call one of those what is it? Guilty by association? Let's change the title here. We're done with the Keffals arc, which was all right. Sliker downfall. Watch party. Let's go. He needed way more though, but all my money is in savings. That's why I'm working right now. I signed a 1-month contract. I'm going to help him out and he's going to pay me back. So it's cool. Yeah, I don't see as often on Twitch now, but that's pretty good, man, that you helped him out. Most people won't do this, to be honest. And now fewer people will. Like, this is a bad thing for, like, community support and stuff. Like, there is some level of, like, you know, implicit trust going on there that's being abused, which I don't like. He told me he asked streamers and other people, but no one wanted to. I wonder why. Christina Maraki says, I helped. He asked, I help. He pay 2 months later. Now I'm in debt and losing apartment and got 3,000 bills. Like, that's messed. That's messed up. Yo, you there? Yo. Bro, you couldn't do another $600? Legit, I'll have you back soon. Prage. Pray emoji. Give me 7 days. This is diabolical. There's so many of this. We read this one, I think, or it's like literally almost word for word, this block of text right here. Because I don't remember reading about crypto. Most of my PS is in my account or crypto. You can get in a call? I don't move that shit. What's PS? Oh, you can't move it to my bank account? Like, I can bust you sort an account. It's never mind. Den number. Can't you ask your streamer mates? You think I haven't? SMH doesn't matter, bro. Shake my head. He said SMH. Yo, bro. Yo, how old are you? 27 almost? Do you work, King? I quit my job recently. Oh, I'm sorry to hear, bro. What's up? Keep it personal, but basically my bank got locked and I need money in my PayPal to pay some of my bills. Is it possible to ask? I'll pay it back. No. You might be like, why are you asking me? I've asked a few of my subs, bro. I've asked a few other people, including streamers, but they don't want to help me. So I gave up on asking these egotistical dicks. Now, if you think I'm hacked, just call me, bro. I'm so sorry. I went through my subs list. Massive red flag. Somebody said they went through their sub list asking for more money? Didn't they already sub you? Oh, and this is the one where it's like curious face and then I'm not hacked, Lamau. I'm sorry. You can call me. Sliker started the call that lasted 8 minutes, and then it's just his email and a heart emoji, and it's like, oh, man. Oh, you hate to see it. You hate to see it, chat. You are banned. Yo, Habibi, you there? Sup? You able to send anything more or nah? Nah, I'm broke, bro. Lol. No problem, King. Sorry. Your bank issues aren't fixed yet? Nope. Sup? You able to send anything more or nah? Nah, I'm broke, bro. Lol. No problem, King. Sorry. Yeah, this is the same one. This is literally the exact same. Okay, sorry. I'm Peggy. Hope your mom gets well soon. Sliker responds, you have no more, right? Nope. I might have 200 next month. That's like pumping them. He is working them every month. Apparently, allegedly.
Message non-intended. A few people, they couldn't help and stuff. That's why I'm, if you don't mind, obviously I'm asking you. I don't want to be rude or anything. Please do not see this as a disrespectful message. Non-intended.
Not intended.
Basically, my bank account got locked. Temporarily locked. Don't have access to my money, sadly. Because fucking retarded UK banks, but whatever. I was wondering if I asked if I could borrow money and I'd pay you back.
Yikes.
Now,
usually, like, you don't mix friends and business.
Yeah, I've got a sponsorship I'm doing. They're going to pay me in 30 days. So next month I can
You can't loan money to friends.
If that's possible, you're a fucking legend. If
You can
it's
get
not
it.
possible, you're still a fucking legend. Don't worry, bro. I'm sorry for this random message. A few people,
Yeah,
they
this
couldn't
is
help
this
and
is
stuff.
bad.
That's why I'm.
This is such a bad look.
If you don't mind, obviously I'm asking.
GG. This is game over, man. Like, I don't know. I don't think you should be loaning money. You should give money to friends, but once you start loaning, I don't know. It messes with the friendship. What else we got? There's a couple more clips. And I was watching Empire last night, who was covering it pretty deeply.
People just want you to get on the hate train. Most of us get where you're coming from. Yeah, but there's no hate train I can get on here. Like, bad people can do bad things, and I can still not want them to die. You know what I mean? I can still not want them to fucking psychologically implode and do something that is irreversible. You know? Like, it's so fucking... I just don't get why you can't accept that there is a certain degree of depth and attention and active consideration that has to be lent to human fucking beings who are in many ways an amalgam of a number of circumstances and behavioral, like, alignments and just...
But what's his point? Is he trying to excuse Sliker? Like what? Minx was also scammed? Question mark?
Asshole!
He's very mean.
Fake bitch!
Oh, damn.
God.
And
I thought it was only me he was asking money from.
I know. It's more than that now.
I know.
And that's
Bro.
really
I
bad.
know.
It's really bad.
Bro. That's not comfortable to
He's an
watch.
asshole!
He's very mean.
Fake bitch!
Oh my god. And
I thought it was only me he was asking money from.
I know. It's more than that now.
I know.
And that's really bad.
I know.
It's really bad.
Oh, she looks really distraught too. Yikes. 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 What should Sliker do now? This is from Empire. He was covering this pretty well.
You know what he should do? He should come back to streaming and he should do a subathon debate.
Oh yeah, that was a good take.
I really do.
And he did, eh? He ends up saying he should do that.
It's
He's
less
gonna
than
do a
1K.
year-long subathon.
Do a subathon.
Subathon.
Do a subathon. I don't know. I
don't know what to tell you. Do a subathon. Call Perfect Planet. Go IRL stream. I don't know what to tell you.
Make money. Grind, apparently. Also, the subathon that happened on this channel recently was a blast. We read The Rainbow Goblins, and I sang Alex Jones's indie folk song for you. So that's what I call content. Content. Woo. Sliker was pretending his life was in danger to scam even more than 28K out of Luke AFK allegedly. I'm just gonna keep you.
It's like his screenshot of a video, and this is like his house, like his family's house. I was like, what the fuck?
Wow. Wait,
he
what?
faked that 100%? Yeah, but I was like, dude, I didn't even know what to think at this point. I was like, holy shit. Like, am I at like the last stage of his scam or whatever?
Oh, wow.
He said, bro, I can't fucking do shit. You're lucky. I think no one's in, but trust.
I'm so silly. Why didn't you tell me, chat? I'm totally blocking the content. Don't want to see my reaction. There we go. Let's roll that back.
A screenshot of a video, and this is like his house, like his family's house. I was like, what the fuck?
So wait, he faked images?
He faked that 100%? Yeah, but I was like, dude, I didn't even know what to think at this point. I was like, holy shit. Like, am I at like the last stage of his scam or whatever? He said, bro, I can't fucking do shit. You're lucky. I think no one's in, but trust me, I'm going to keep on knocking every fucking day until I get my money.
Bro.
He said, bro, this man's outside my house. I beg you, Luke, please. Please, Luke.
Holy cow.
Beg you, bro. Please, bro. My life's in danger. Bro, this man is mad at me. I've already given him...
Oh, he wasn't paraphrasing.
Up to this point, $28,000.
No! Stop. Stop. He gave him 28... And then... No. What? But he said, voila. Okay, alright. Okay, stop. Stupid. Okay, then. Sliker has been gambling since 2020, aware, according to Luke, AFK fan. I think this was like the stream to watch.
Shit!
I mean, there's so many confessions coming out.
9/20/2020. This sounds annoying, bro. Don't leak this shit. It's embarrassing, but my bank has fucked me up. Don't worry. This is me, LL. I know it sounds like someone you can always call me, but any chance you could lend and I give it back next month. So sorry, bro. It's embarrassing. You can call or want to pick from me. You want to pick from me? Something a little spicy? Want to see what I'm wearing?
Bro.
Jesus Christ.
Bro.
Okay, we're gonna keep going. This just gets more and more disgusting.
Yikes.
You
know what they say about algorithms and engagement. Everybody's on this story. It is insane. Miz got 2 clips no longer available. Yeah, you know it is. Oh my god. I almost want to watch this. Wait, Sliker goes live crying I'm banned?
Yeah, he is.
Let's see.
Let's see.
I'm gonna refresh it.
He is live.
Okay.
He's like in the corner right there. What the hell? What is going up with that camera? It's like
Oh, I can see him. He's hiding in the corner.
He's hiding. He's like peeking out. Oh.
Is he gonna cry and try to make people feel sorry for him? Oh my god.
Yeah, baby. Victim arc, let's go.
What a pathetic little bitch.
I'm banned.
Content.
Oh. Shut the fuck up. Let's go. Let's watch it. Here we go.
Let's go.
It's a live reaction.
Live reaction.
Here we go. Yep, let's do it.
He's ulting. BK, that's the most he's ever gotten. Damn,
Is he
bro.
muted? I could barely even hear him.
He's crying.
He's just crying. There's nothing to say.
Actually, just crying.
You know, guys.
Oh no, ugly crying too. Did that sound real to you? Always bank problems, issues retrieving their money. They have documentaries on Netflix with the same stories. Yeah. I guess my question to you, chat, is how much money can you make in 2 years that would justify the absolute torching of your reputation online? Like what's he gonna do? Will he start an alt account? He's done for. This isn't like white supremacy or racism. You can't just find your people. Man, I love baklava. So good.
How much money do you guys think it is in total? If there's 3 people that gave him 30K, thank you, Guru. A few people that gave him 100. That means that realistically, dude, it's over 500K. It's 500K minimum, right, Snow?
No.
And the thing that blows my mind is that he was so twisted to the point where it's like, how can you like justify that in your head as like, oh yeah, I'll eventually pay them back? Like,
Sorry,
dude,
it's not a lot, but God bless you, mate.
Dude,
Sorry
it's
what
all good, bro.
happened to you.
It's
Only
my own fault.
I think it's not your own
It's my
fault.
own fault,
No
bro.
way,
I
man.
appreciate
No
you,
way.
though, man.
No
Like,
way. No way. I don't think it's his fault. Like that. I think that's like, come on. You should expect people to want to help one another. That's the expectation. Like, oh man, don't feel bad.
For real, I do appreciate you. It is
On
my
God.
own.
I don't know about that. Sliker says he borrowed from IRL friends who made threats when he didn't pay up. Yeah, I heard he also like tried to scam like actual gang members. Let's see if we can find anyone make that claim for us.
I genuinely mean that. I do apologize for everyone that I borrowed off.
think it's
I'm not asking for forgiveness, but every single day I felt guilty. Every single
living
day,
in the now,
taking off these innocents, viewers, from streamers.
Well, I know that like if you put your headspace in like think of how you think about like climate change or something, how it's like this big abstract terror, and you feel kind of paralyzed to do anything about it. I feel like that's what happens. I don't know, actually, no, I'm not an expert, but like once you get too far into an addiction, especially like I think what people are saying is gambling. We heard him actually say on stream, he mentioned skins and getting into gambling. Like once that addiction takes hold, you're just feeding the beast, and you just sort of compartmentalize all the really bad stuff. And yeah, I don't know, man. Probably not the right.
That don't even fucking work, man. Viewers that don't even work. Viewers that would need it because they're going to school, and I'm being stupid. It would stack on stack and stack. People outside I'd borrow from in real life.
Oh, that tea was good.
And
still getting
I've been in
donations.
situations where I was scared. They'd pull
Shit.
up, warn me, and pop my tires for my car. And these are
popped your
these are friends,
tires of your.
and I know people are gonna be like, "What friends do you have?" They don't know about it.
Yeah, I mean, press X for doubt. X promises to rejoin. Sliker joins a viewer's call. Yeah, this is what I was listening to last night. It was awesome. It's like, what are you doing? Why are you on? Oh no. Is it gonna play? Let's see if we can find the Miz clip.
It sucks because a lot of you guys know I am friends with Sliker.
He better start working and paying people back. That's not how this is gonna play, Punch Drunk, at all. That's not how this is gonna play. Like, this is a big enough story. Authorities are gonna get involved. This is almost certainly some version of fraud. Oh, yo, cool. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Barely Political. How you doing? I salute you. Yeah, I definitely see that this could just end up in a criminal investigation. Like, if he's done enough damage to enough people and he was lying about the nature of the financial arrangement, you know, a loan and paying it back with interest or what or something, then yeah, like it's not going to be about making the money back and repairing. He'll probably go to jail. It's a very, very likely situation,
Been
unfortunately.
friends with Sliker for a very long period of time. Dank, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. I appreciate that.
But the community, like Twitch as a community, is going to feel this blow. There's like this really lovely concept I like about how you should only trust the people in a society if it's a society built on trust. And sometimes it can go the other way, where you get a society built on distrust, and it's actually a bad idea to be a trusting person because you get taken advantage of all the time. And we sort of like move between those. It's like game theory, but applied to trust in social networks in society. And like Sliker's actions have shifted the needle from a community of trust to a community of distrust. And that is bad because it's so hard to go in the other direction.
I will say this. Sliker did borrow money from me. Sliker did borrow money from me, and Sliker did pay me back.
He did pay you back. Yeah,
He paid me back. It was like $1,000, but he did pay me back.
It does suck. Because there's not like much to be taken away from it. It's not like you want to tell people don't support others, you know? That's not necessarily the right answer. Yeah, c'est pas bon. No bueno. So that was taken off of LSF. Let's see the other mirror. This is what I watched last night on Empire stream. It was he caught wind of it.
Okay,
really
so
quick.
you might be banned by tomorrow. What's the point?
What's the point?
He just never messaged me back.
You might be banned by tomorrow, bro.
What
do you mean? Why would you get banned? What do you mean?
Bro, I'll just say it here as well. My intentions were not to scam. I have paid a few people back, but I'll say it on stream tomorrow.
Okay.
Why did you
Okay,
pay the
so-
streamers back and not the people who?
Okay,
Yeah, but like,
Good question. And then when he gets on stream, he just cries about being. Yeah, monetary support isn't always the right way of supporting someone. I strongly agree. Like, I think that's the capitalism doing things to our brains, where it's like, there's more than one type of wealth in this world. Like, you can have wise friends as wealth. Like me having people who can, you know, give me advice that is stuff I would follow, you know, without much questioning. That's very valuable. It's extremely wealthy to have wise people in your life. That's the end of that. That's the end of that. Okay, moving on. Casey exposing Sliker. This is Casey Tron, another pothead, I think. She hasn't done the best in debates, though. Capitalism fault as much as it is consumerism's. One and the same, I would think, barely political. Like, those things are kind of interwoven. The values of capitalism is why we have consumerism. The idea that our societies grow by consuming is a capitalistic, like, idea, right? You know, like, growth equals wealth. And you got to grow faster than your competitors. Therefore, you got to have citizens who consume, yada, 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 yada. Let me just move chat a little bit. It's going to look a bit funny for a bit, but that's good. What are you doing, Casey? What you doing? This is a bad clip.
Yeah, see?
Oh, she's pulling up a DM. This is a random favor, but I've asked a few, but none helped. I'm in Amsterdam. My card got blocked. I need some shit to survive. So she leaked the DM. That's awesome.
Oh my god, the receipts.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah. A lot of dead air there. Luke AFK thinking of ways to get the 27K he got scammed for.
We can maybe do like a combo, you know what I mean? I could do this one, but also do this one. You know what I mean? What do we think? Because that way, if I run out here, then I just go back to here. And then it sends me right back to here again.
Yeah!
So then I can just gamble forever.
Poggers, he's gamed it out.
Alright, guys, if you get a whisper from me, don't be surprised.
Hey, chat. Hey, chat. Do you work, bro? Yo, chat, bro, do you work? Okay, CC was talking about being a criminal lawyer, but actually he does security. Oh my god, man, that was some funny shit. I don't know about you, but I was laughing pretty hard. I really wanted to nail down exactly what his job was. It's gonna be like security guard or something. It's like, yeah, that's not murder police. Okay, there's rules to this shit. But he mentioned the idea of debates being like courtroom dramas with evidence and investigations. You've got an interview with him coming up. I'll ask. Yeah, go for it. Go for it. Go through the debate that I had with him. There's all sorts of stuff you can mine there and be like, but wait, what? Or please expand and explain because reasons. And yeah, you should have all sorts to. If I'm sure you have plenty of ideas. Like, but if you're curious, and he mentioned about like debates should be like courtrooms with evidence and stuff. And I watch a lot of courtroom drama, and that shit takes forever. It's like 6 hours because every argument has to be taken apart. There's a very good reason why we don't do this in the real world, but looks like someone might have figured it out. You submit written testimony, just a sub. You only have to pay $5 to call a witness to the stand.
You know
With what?
is we think that you do know what a tag is.
What?
You know.
With what? With what evidence?
Everybody knows what a tag is. It's a little piece of paper that's on the mattress.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I just like
Tommy, how's it going?
sometimes I forget things. I don't
Okay.
know. I'm a squirrel.
You've clearly been trained by counsel, but we had a question here from one of our co-judges. What kind of tree is it that you live in, Miss Squirrel? And before you answer that question, I'd like you to answer to this
Badgering the witness.
bit of evidence that has been submitted.
Evidence.
Now, can you explain this?
Damn, look at all that evidence, chat.
Who is this guy?
Yes. That's my ex.
This is your ex?
Yes.
Tag is. We think that you do.
I think it's a great idea. We should do more debates that are based off of courtrooms. That there's only one way that could go, which is up. Asmongold and Luke AFK watch Sliker go live and start crying after being exposed for scamming. So we're gonna watch their reactions and see if it's worth it. They better react so hard. I think it was scrubbed. I always thought lawyers were professional debate lords. They are barely political. That's kind of the point, though. It's like, who wants to turn Twitch into that? That's the bad place. I thought I grew up listening to jokes about lawyers my entire life. It's like, yeah, I don't like. Nobody actually likes lawyers. We all need them, but we don't like them. Let's watch this reaction.
Wait, no way.
Yeah, he is.
Let's see.
Oh, we did just watch this.
I'm gonna refresh it.
Okay, so I think that was it for clippables. I think I'm just gonna try to go to the source and see if we can watch Sliker's. Oops, not Skeeler. I bet it's actually gonna pop up with something. Yeah, it actually did. Yo, is Twitch inundated with new creators? Or is it just me? Is this not the right one? Am I spelling it wrong? It's like It's Sliker or something? Yeah, there we go. Is he live right now? Damn. Damn. Okay, 20. Yeah, here it is. Okay, we're watching this chat. This like, for what people say about how like our timelines, our algorithms are just sort of creating conflict and, you know, like creating polarization. They do bring a lot of great content to my door, so Whether it's kiwi farms being bullied off the internet or man cries because he gets caught doing bad things, allegedly. Really makes you feel better about yourself, eh? Hey, chat? Feel slightly better about any lie you might have told recently. You're like, oh shit, I'm doing small fries. Oh man, this is an unusual stream to say the least. Yikes. I thought the Adept XqC argument would be fire. This is something else. Bro, get off the internet and lawyer up. Don't say anything. Produce no more new evidence. You're in a tailspin. Pull up. Still getting the subs. Damn, 24 months. Oh, there he is. Golly geez, everybody. Can you believe that LSF is going to try to bully this poor sod off the internet? We should not be talking about this. Talking about this and criticizing him is bullying. Bad person is bad, says everybody. More at 11.
I'm not a victim. I'm not a victim. Man, wallah, I never knew this tape was gonna come, bro.
Okay. That's a good start. That's a good start.
Wallah,
you're not a victim?
Wallah, I don't know what to say, boys. Wallah, I don't know what to say.
You knew this was gonna happen. I'm happy to hear you admit that.
It's time for the truth.
Bro, let's go.
It was the hardest thing. I'm sorry, bro. This is not man. Do apologize, man.
The issue with Sliker is due to his past. I can't tell if he's memeing or not. Oh. Please explain, Barely Political, because this is one of my first introductions. I recognize his face. I don't know why. I think it's just like he was an extra on some content some point. But if you can help us understand anything about his past, I would appreciate it.
Wallah, I hate drama. Wallah, I hate, but I got this onto myself. So,
Wallah. He said wallah. So it's okay. You used to watch? You used to watch him a lot. Okay. He's quite over the top with his emotions. Kind of like that I Show Speed dude who's popped up recently. Oh, that rings a bell.
Man. To think that to ever become a streamer, well, I'd never deserve this.
Oh, yeah, I Show Speed.
Never deserve this.
Yeah,
never
he's way too much.
Either way. Whatever, man. I don't
could be milking
this, and I will come out saying
heard.
I will come out saying that
please support me.
I didn't know what to do.
You didn't know what to do.
I lied to so many individuals out there. So if you haven't heard, I
say it in your own words. What'd you do?
I borrowed money off people.
You borrowed? Is that all you did?
This started it didn't even start. It started.
Punch Drunk says, I agree, compartmentalizing the addiction causes shame. However, it takes some entitlement. Yeah.
I would never be able to ask.
Like, crossing that line is one thing, but to keep it up for years?
For forgiveness.
That's tough, man. That's some heavy compartmentalization.
I'm ill.
Okay.
Well, I need to say it.
Okay. That's a good start. It's not easy to admit you're ill or have an addiction. That's fucking with real shit. But this late?
It started when I worked a long time ago. It's so hard to say this. I'm not gonna lie, because I'm just gonna get with it. Ever since CS:GO, not to blame, but ever since CS:GO Lounge came out,
For the normies, CS:GO is Counter Strike Go. It's a pew 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 game.
It was the first time I went on that site.
A pointy shooter.
It was
Way
a
too
fun
late.
place to be on. You know, gamble skins and stuff, and wow. Eventually, I found out you could gamble with money. I started to gamble with money, and
Yikes. Oh god, loot boxes. There's a reason
this
you
was even when I
got rid
started
of them.
having my first job, and then
Oh really? Yeah, I never touched this stuff. Ever.
I used to gamble a lot of my money, basically all my Twitch money. And then even them times I wouldn't even have them. I would come across streamers and ask them if I could borrow money.
Just gonna make this smaller.
Obviously, I wouldn't give them the reason. Obviously, because it was gambling, I would lie to them. My initial thoughts was I will be paying them back.
Bro. I cannot believe this. Asmongold just donated $1. Why is Asmongold? Habibi, it's okay. Well, Lolly, just tell your mother to pick up for me, bro. Wallah. He's memeing. Oh, Asmongold, you got no chill. Zero chill.
I do want to say I never intended in scamming anyone. And I will still pay off the people I owe. I don't give a fuck whether I reach 90. I know I shouldn't even be saying this. People are gonna be like,
wow,
you think
Allah
I'm gonna
hates
wait
you?
that long for my money? It was believe in karma. That's all I'm gonna say. Believe in karma.
Karma, everybody.
What I did was horrible, lying to multiple people out there.
Lying to yourself, at the very least. That's the thing. This is the thing about Twitch. Like, there's such this intense emotional, like, I don't know, two-facedness. Like, on one side, it's hard not to empathize with the crying man who is coming to terms with his crippling Gamba addiction. But on the other hand, like, it's good content and it's entertaining. So there's a bit of like shielding of the heart, a bit of like distancing happening there. And I could just feel it, right, in myself. Like, me wanting to dunk on him for hurting a lot of people in a very reckless and sustained manner over many years. And like, also at the same time, a man coming to terms. The duality of man, am I right? Woman. People. Person. Thing.
I'm sorry if anyone was trying to call me on Discord. It's really hard. It is really hard. I'm sorry. I can't answer it.
And of course, people are like donating money and saying, put it all on red. Right. Yeah, that's the other angle, Bella, right? Like, is he crying because of contrition or just because he got caught? And it's a very cynical question, but I find myself asking it a lot, because people would have told him at some point that this was not okay, that he was doing something wrong. Like, it's not like he kept this up for that long, not knowing it was wrong. He knew it was wrong. So now I apologize, right? Now that I got caught, yeah. But I mean, sometimes that's how it happens. Sometimes that is the turnaround point, and being forced through shame is like how our species as a social creature like enforce societal norms, like trying to keep us all together now. So let's hope for the better, and maybe this is a true turnaround point, and he faces civil or criminal justice, whatever shakes out from it, and he takes it head on and he repairs his image. That's all we can hope for. But I don't blame you for having that cynical thought of like, I'm back, but I got a hot dog instead of Dino Nuggie, so my previous statement was a lie. Well, it's okay. We're okay with lies here, Potato Band Plug. And now some apple pie and strawberry butter. Wait, what's strawberry buttermilk? Are we pro Sliker or anti Sliker? We're pretty anti Sliker because of all the hurt and harm he's done and for how long he did it. And we're all a little bit suspicious about how authentic his contrition is. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Barely political. You know, woe for me, but not for thee.
I borrowed from so many people, I would never tell them it was for gambling. I have told a few people.
Potato band plug, don't take my word. You better go do your own research.
They weren't happy about it. They hated me for doing it. They never knew I was asking other people.
But the thing is that, like, come on, like, I don't know anything about this situation, and I pulled up like half a dozen, almost 24 pieces of evidence, and that's just who came forward. Like, come on, like, that's like you're working it.
I would talk shit in DMs and
Takes
stuff,
effort.
and I would come out with bullshit, and it was just the start. Ever since I started streaming, it was the start. It was the start of like,
Yeah, you're corrupting me, chat. I'm doing debates.
No, brother. Yo.
I'm on LiveStreamFails. Hey, it's Sliker. Call me on disc. I'll give you 10K to gamble. Oh, the internet is ruthless.
I
My
started
God.
playing with little by little. 1,000.
This isn't high enough on my gives a frick scale to actually do some research, and I don't even care if you were wrong. Yeah, exactly. Like, we assess claims based on how important it is that it is true or not. And we rely on experts to do the work for us. This is yeah.
There isn't even, no, sorry, not even
Also, whose
1,000.
lines?
When I worked for my old job, it was $50.
Call the ambulance. Miss Kiff just resubbed for 5 months. Stop. I can't deal. I can't deal with how like you'll have Miss Kiff explaining how he borrowed money and gave it back, and then like supporting but also putting in tongue-in-cheek comments. It's great. It's
Eventually,
crazy.
it got higher and higher and higher and higher, and it would stack on people I owe. But I've paid a few people back. I'm not gonna say I'm proud because
Luke AFK fan cheered 100. Bro, I wish you have just been honest with me. That was the one we were listening to earlier who's like, I'm in over 30K. Like, what the
you know,
like, what?
obviously there's so many people
That's
I haven't
serious.
paid back, and there's so many people I asked for so much. I can't even. I'm
Twitch
not
is a
asking
modern
for
soap
forgiveness.
opera?
I can
Yeah.
never ask for forgiveness. This is
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I love it. It's so good. It's way better than Turkish soap operas.
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, voila.
It was right for the people to have come out. I'm sorry for keeping you guys.
Here's the question.
You know,
If there was not a critical mass of people who came out and only a few came out, do you think he would have fought the allegations or not? Is he only saying because he's like absolutely caught? There's no way out of this. He's totally screwed. There's just a mountain of evidence. Like, strawberry buttermilk is just buttermilk with artificial stray. But people don't drink buttermilk. You cook with it, right? Don't you like put your chicken in the buttermilk and it marinates it and tenderizes it and makes it delicious, and you have incredible fried chicken? Like, for that, I feel like we're missing some steps here.
silent about this. I'm sorry for the promises I've falsely made.
Lil bro deadass did this. Damn.
Surprisingly, I'm not even gonna lie. There's no script.
You
here,
can
so
drink it
it's,
too.
You know, I don't know
All
if
right.
I'm doing like
Okay.
if I'm even saying proper English, if I'm speaking proper English. But
Learn something new every day.
That doesn't matter.
Because for me, I stopped buying buttermilk when I would make one meal with it, and then it would sit in the fridge and just go bad. So you're telling me I gotta maybe cook down some strawberries, add them in? Okay, now I'm confused. The best one is with little butterflakes. Somebody has invented drinkable buttermilk, and I must find out what the hell this is. What is happening? Oh, okay. No, fuck it. Just drink it. It's cream. It's delicious. Add flavors to it. Okay. I'm wrong. You're right. Everybody go get yourself some
You can never
buttermilk.
hide from this. This is what gambling has done for me.
Sheesh. Yo, Sliker, want to play some Fortnite?
I'd fucking scratch myself. Sometimes I'd lose. I'd fucking smash my head against the wall. Shit is dangerous. I don't know. This is the epitome of a fucking gambling addict.
Yikes.
I used to lie to my viewers
Never
and
wrong?
say I used to gamble a long
sucks.
time ago. It was a lie.
Yeah.
I used to continuously gamble every single time.
You in here? Hey, yo, Keemstar, you in here for the laws, bro? What time is drama alert?
I never deserved to be on a platform on Twitch. No, I never deserved it. It was sad to see this. I really, yeah. And
This is some sad shit. Asmongold donated £1. I've never seen better acting.
people out there that I've
Keep it up.
borrowed from. I genuinely mean this. I genuinely mean that. I do apologize for everyone that I borrowed
Oscar?
off. I'm not asking for forgiveness, but every single day I felt guilty. Every single day, taking off these innocents, viewers from
Asmongold again. Yo, where do you get your acting classes? A+, bro. I'm an upcoming actor. Can you teach me? I'll pay you. Jesus.
Viewers that don't even fucking work, man. Viewers that don't even work. Viewers that would need it because they're going to school and I'm being stupid. It would stack on stack and stack. People
Stacks on
outside I
stacks on
borrow
stacks.
from in real life. And I've been in situations where I was scared. They'd pull up, warn me, and pop my tires for my car.
Oh,
And
right.
These are friends, and I know people are gonna be like, "What friends do you have?" They don't know about. They don't know about it. They don't know about me gambling, but obviously I do borrow stuff which from hardworking individuals.
Hi, chat, to
I
new
think it was
beginnings.
about time to, karma.
Jesus Christ.
Hit me really hard. There's no
Oh,
way
the
of
donations
escaping.
are brutal.
I will still work. I'll have to plan out what I have to do to work out.
Eat it.
Whether I have to do 2 to 3 jobs. Even times I couldn't stream. I was so demotivated in streaming on Twitch because of my actions.
Don't ever let me get this way, chat. It's your responsibility.
I would ditch so many times. If you watch my streams, you would wonder why I ditched. This would be the reason. I would
To go gamba?
Not because I was.
Because you got.
No, actually, when I would gamble, it would be on stream on my second monitor.
Oh yeah. Okay.
In case people are gonna be like, "Is Trainwrecks inspired you?"
You got
No,
the bag.
No, Trainwrecks did not inspire me. He, I don't know how to say this. I do apologize for getting you involved in this.
Gambling ain't stealing. Donated £1. Yo, I promised I'd pay it back. It's all good, bros. Oh, please stop.
Trainwrecks.
Oh
I
my
told
God.
Trainwrecks about this, and he shouted at me. He got angry at me. Don't want to leak the DMs. He got really pissed off at me, and he. This is not to big him up. This is facts. I'm gonna say it.
Just Manber Heard. Nice testimony. Justice for Manber Heard. Oh my God.
And I still will not. Obviously, please do not even think of saying, you know what, Sliker, you're just saying this because you want to defend him and shit like that, bro. Look, it made me into a retard. I'm a retard.
Oh, don't say that.
You know, nothing else to say.
That's a bad term.
Like even calling myself a retard is a compliment, but
Okay,
but
buddy. Okay, buddy.
Trainwrecks, I would message him. I'd be like, bro, I'm in a situation.
I really only ever saw him as some lol cow in those Rod shows. He had good banter with Destiny when Destiny was still not totally deranged and had some funny moments, but also some very weird views on women and dating. Yeah, okay. You went on a bit of tangent on Destiny there. I know how that can happen when we bring up Pepe La D. But yeah, thanks for the backstory. I didn't even know that Austin show was previously called the Raj Show. Was there somebody named Raj that he was co-host with it? And yeah, this guy seems like a total lol cow. Just endless farming.
He gave me like $150,000. No, sorry, not $150,000, and I know people are gonna be like,
Sorry, what?
oh, you're gonna be like, what?
Sorry, what?
I have borrowed in a month. I had to pay 50,000.
Excuse me?
In a month, I would have to pay someone 50,000.
I'm sorry, what?
I would have to, even to some of my real friends who was investing in a house.
Investing.
I would pay extra. I'm not even lying. I don't know how much extra I paid them, but I would be like, every single day, you can charge me extra. Some of the money I paid back to
Also known
some
as
streamers,
interest.
and it would just keep getting worse ever since after Trainwrecks. This is why he blocked me. Ever since after that,
Pro tip: the copper pipes in your walls are worth decent money right now. It's the way of the road. Jesus.
I really don't. I don't like. I'll just be honest. I hate drama. I despise drama. Everywhere I go, even whatever you see, I hate drama.
That sucks,
of course,
man.
I can't
Sucks
say
to be you.
because it's upon myself, and it's time to
Yeah.
speak out. I cannot be silent.
Oh, that was his old
I deserve-
name. Austin was known as Raj Royale, but he changed it when it was brought up to him that it might be racist. Yeah, for sure, because Raj is not his culture, and he's just like taking it on. That seems pretty clear. Destiny was always in those shows. It's kind of hard to talk about history without mentioning him. No, of course not. Destiny. I mean, I grew up on Destiny. Like, I watched him during the StarCraft days. I was just joking about how like it. Whenever you bring up Destiny, it's always, you always got to like identify what arc he was presently in. Like, was he in his Joker arc, or was he in his like political arc, or his debate streaming arc, or his, like he's been online for so long. There's so many different contexts he's seeing. I was just laughing about that.
Punishment.
The qualification that's necessary.
Whatever happens. I don't know. I don't know what to say to the people I borrowed from. Every single day
Sorry?
I was guilty in asking.
Nebraska Steve was based. Yeah,
I was
absolutely.
guilty in asking them what to
Like
say,
talking to people on the street,
how to say it, and
promoting
send
voting.
cringe videos and act. Yeah.
Okay, that's
I don't know what to say, but this is the epitome of.
I need
gambling.
real tears, bro.
I want to say
That's
that.
right. There are no tears on his face. Tears for the tear god. Hey Sliker, can I borrow some money? I promise to pay back easily to redeem yourself by giving back the money you borrowed. You effed up is what it is.
Whether it's $50 or whether I was borrowing from my managers when I used to work at my old workplace.
Oh
I would borrow
boy.
from my managers and I would be like, I'd pay you extra, and they would do that.
Miss Kiff donates $1. Love you, bro. Keep up the good work.
Bet £100, never won. I'm minus 200,000. My father hears this, and surely he will pass away from this.
Oh, he will. He's gonna lose his mind. This is the
I don't
bad part
know.
of being
I
viral.
guess I will have to say it to him.
Yeah, of course. Truth to come out. Just like how the truth that I'm a base streamer has to come out.
Know this, right here, the future's gone for the person. There is no more future. There is no more anything. The only thing I can do is.
I can absolutely see that that's Miskiff, especially since Asmongold is in there. It doesn't have any strange spelling. The way that Twitch donations work is they grab your user profile name, so I'm inclined to believe it's Miskiff dunking on him.
Not care about my future, not care about anything. Only care about paying these people back.
Really?
Yeah.
Because the part I struggle with is if you have led a life of not paying people back, and that is like your go-to, that's kind of like the choice you make when faced with pressure. Why would you, like, how is that going to suddenly go on its head, and your behavior is now going to be, I need to make sure other people are whole before I go do the gamba? Like, I just don't see it. Like, there's so much work that needs to be done.
I'm sorry to everyone. I want to appreciate I want to really appreciate the people that did give it to me under the those people are too real. I lied, and I lied about other streamers saying, they wouldn't, they helped me out, but I lied about people out there that said they can't do this, and
Bro,
but I really do appreciate
they helped you and then you lied about the help?
this.
Oh,
I
come
do.
on. And then he stole all those, Mia Khalifa's, like the sex toys? Like, come on.
And yeah, man, that's all.
I don't know, man.
will have to. I need to get help.
I'm gonna make a fortune out of this drama, says
How?
Miss Kiff.
I always wished I
Jesus.
could get help from it.
Bro. Oh my god. It's hard to watch.
I don't. Like I said, and I'll say it again. I will never seek to be. I'm not a victim. My intentions were never to scam anyone. I wanted to pay people bit by bit.
Okay, I think we
I'm
get
the
it. I think we get it. Yo, that was a really great stream, everybody. We did something different. I think I rocked it as a debater. Was both polite and understanding, but also not a pushover and letting really silly things get past me. I hope I didn't say too many silly things. Probably did. I hope you enjoyed your stay. Thanks so much for hanging out and catching up. Will the VOD be up for your debate you just got here, Saren? Yeah, I'll keep it up. It's almost certain that YouTube will put it behind a age-restricted wall, but like and subscribe anyways. Oh, thanks, Potato Band Plug. I think I definitely could have done better, but there was a lot of really silly stuff there that I thought it was, yeah, not exactly impossible. Like, it was pretty easy to just go hard at sometimes. It's just like, come on, you're just like, poof, okay, like, sure, you wanna set me up like that. And I think anytime I do that, it comes off as like arrogant or impolite. So hopefully I get better at that. But anyway, CC is a boss for showing up. It's one thing to say you'll debate. It's another thing to show up and do the thing. He came with notes, which I thought was funny. And Sen showed up and was a great moderator. Shout out to Sen Streams. If you don't follow... Oh, I'm going to get this wrong. I'm going to make sure I get this right. You don't want to shout out like the wrong actual... just shouting out some random person. Yeah, it is an underscore. I thought so. Yeah, there we go. Go check out Send Streams. And also Ice Beans was super wonderful. Really helped clarify a bunch of misunderstandings between us. So shout out to Ice Beans as well. Let's see here. What is Ice Beans? Although I don't know if Ice Beans streams. Okay, so maybe not. Maybe not. I don't actually have the actual thing. The bots do be wonky. Yeah, but thanks so much for hanging out. Thanks for the new follows, Barely Political and Pursuit of Knowledge, who I think dipped out a bit ago. The Myopic Times. Yeah, it was a good stream. I'll see you later. If I have the energy, I'll be here tomorrow, 9 a.m. I'm definitely behind on homework. But I've been doing good, like streaming every single day. Like, hell yeah, let's go. I've been like absolutely rocking it and actually creating like new content. But yeah, I'll see you guys later. Let's go see if I can raid. Is Paradigm Shift alive and about? Let's go see. If you haven't seen Paradigm Shift, you'd probably really like him. Unless he's not live. Dang. Well, Denims is live. We can go raid Empire. He's covering this stuff. Why don't you go say hi to him? He's something a bit outside of my normal circle, so maybe there's some new ideas there. I'll see you later. Bye, everyone. See you later. Ciao. Have a good one. Say something nice to someone you love and respect. Oh, maybe I'm not going to raid. There's only one of you. Okay, fuck it. Have a good one. I'll see you later.